She may never come back.
All right, we're live streaming. Just one moment here. Okay, we're gonna hit the record, and then we're gonna.
Ben, could you just make Edward the translator co-host again? I think he fell off.
Oh, he did. Okay, sure.
Is Louis on?
All right, let me just admit one or two more people.
Evening, everybody.
Hello. Hi, Kelly.
Good evening, Superintendent Kelly.
Hi, Superintendent Kelly. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Hello. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello.
All right, I'm going to admit everybody now. Council members, if you notice any council members who are joining now, please bring that to my attention so I can make them co-hosts, please.
Could you make Gabriella co-host, please?
Sure, thank you. I think we're missing 2 council members at the moment. Okay. Oh, thank you everyone for joining us for our February CEC Community Education Council District 2 calendar meeting. My name is Benjamin Morden. I'm the council president, and I welcome you here all tonight. We have a busy night, a lot of resolutions. So without delay, I'd like to move to have a roll call. Janie, if we'd start with a roll call.
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to get the blue sky timer to enter the meeting, but let me do the roll call first. Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, Robin Broshi.
Here.
Kaushik Das. Daniela Souza Igorov.
Here.
Kush is running a little late.
Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher. Robin, okay.
She was here earlier.
Who's
Chen
here?
Kwok.
Here.
Benjamin Morton.
Here.
Ushma Neal.
I'm here and I see Kaushik just entered the
Okay.
participant list.
Okay, Lim Fong Sim is here. Leonard Silverman.
Here.
Lily Wu. Gabriella Calabia.
Here.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. Kaushik Das.
I don't see him.
Okay, Robin Kelleher.
Ben, if you scroll all the way down to the very bottom of the participant list.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Who was that?
Kaushik Das. You
Okay,
should be able to unmute now.
okay,
Robin
Das?
is here too.
okay,
Oh,
Robin.
Robin's there too?
Yes.
okay. So
Oh,
we're
yes.
just missing Lily. Is Lily on?
I don't think so. I don't see that.
I'll just check.
I've messaged her. We'll see.
Okay, I'm present. I couldn't unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, she should be joining. Lily, that is.
Oh, okay. All right. We have a number of resolutions for presentation this evening, and in an attempt to try to have our calendar meeting completed today, we're going to limit the time for presentations of the resolutions for 2 minutes each. We discussed this with the officers earlier. If council members who present today, if you can try to limit it to 2 to 3 minutes each, please, so we can move forward. There are a lot of families joining us today, and I know they would like to participate. And we have a long speaker session, and I would like to give everyone an opportunity to speak as well.
Ben, Michelle posted in the chat if you can announce the Mandarin interpretation first.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Usually doesn't take this long.
Yeah. Just one moment. Lily hasn't joined yet, has she? Okay. Actually, the chat is open today, but it will be closed during speaker sessions, public speaking sessions. So I will open the chat in a moment. Okay. And we have council members who have agreed to watch the chat during our session here. So we have 2 Chinese language interpreters. Edward, do you want to? You can unmute and just announce.
Hello.
Oh, so was there? Did you want to just?
Yes, yes. The following announcement will be in Chinese language, Mandarin. Just okay. The following announcement will be in Chinese. 如果你想收听中文翻译，请拨打电话号码347-966-4114，并输入PIN号码744-193-451。井。如果您想收听中文翻译，同时又想停留在这个 Zoom 会议室以便收看会议，请你把你的电脑和麦克风都调到静音，然后在你的手机拨入这个中文专线，重复一次中文专线电话号码347-966-4114， ID 号码是744。193-451。井。This is the end of the Chinese announcement. Thank you.
Edward， 麻烦你放在 chat， 放那个号码怎么样打？就是麻烦你能不能打在 chat 里面
？Yeah。
好，谢谢你。
Oh, it's here. Okay. Thank you.
Janie, Lily is here as well.
Great, thank you.
Jenny.
Yes.
Hi, Lily.
Yeah, 我听到，谢谢。
All right, thank you. So our first resolution presentation is for Resolution 187A, calling for optional use of masks at New York City DOE schools. Which council member will be presenting?
I will.
Please,
So
Jen.
can I just make it a quick announcement? I can't get our timer to enter the meeting, so I'm just going to turn on a timer for 2 minutes, and 10 seconds before the 2 minutes is up, I'm just going to, let you know time's coming.
Janie, I think you have to mute yourself when you're not speaking because we can hear the interpretation.
Shall I proceed? It's a very long, detailed resolution. It's a revision of one that was submitted a few months back when we were about to go into the Omicron wave. And I think we have more data. And I also made some revisions of it with updated data. And also just purely on impact to children or healthy children, or the stats for healthy children. Not necessarily based on children having vaccinations, but adults having vaccinations. So there's several key points I just want to highlight about this. The resolution makes the argument with supporting data that healthy children have near zero rate of severe illness or death from COVID. There's data from both the state level data that's been collected by I think the Pediatric Association, and also from the CDC itself. So in the 24 months, we're looking at COVID deaths of 880,000 across the country. Still through the 2 years, there are 770 pediatric deaths related to COVID. And that makes about 0.09%. So that's very, very low impact. It's really called the risk stratification by age. It's very, very clear that healthy children do not really, these are mostly kids with high comorbidities. We do value life. Okay, so, and also out of the data, we also know that from influenza, the worst 12-month influenza seasons, that we've seen more children dying from influenza than from COVID in the 2 years. So that's another data point for people. And the whole thing is really, we want to lower I want to lower, or the people supporting the resolution want to lower the fear factor in our schools. Other key points.
Time.
Okay, so, and basically, the masks have been shown ineffective through different studies, or unproven to be effective. Other countries are not masking at the different age groups. WHO doesn't support masking. And we have also a lot of downsides to the masking for education, mental health, and so forth. So net, this resolution calls for optional masking. But we do want to protect the most vulnerable, as the Great Barrington Declaration made, and also the urgency of normalcy. Many doctors, highly recognized professional physicians and experts, have called on protecting the very vulnerable. So whereas we say, to the governor to end the mask mandates, to the mayor to end the mask mandates also, do not put them on. And also we want to have focused protection in our schools for the most vulnerable children and teachers and staff and adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Chen. Resolution 188 in support of changing the name of PS11 to honor Sarah J. Garnett. Which council member will be presenting?
I will. This is a resolution that came out of the PS11 community. There was a community initiative to change the name of the school, and Chancellor's regulations require that the CEC vote on the name change, and that the outcome of that vote is passed along to the Chancellor along with the application to change the name. So this is just the mechanism for us to have that vote.
Yes, is that it? Yep. Great. All right, the third resolution for this evening is resolution 189, middle school sibling priority.
I'll take that, Ben.
Okay, great, thank you.
So on January 12th, the DOE instituted a middle school admission sibling priority policy that extended current 6th grade students, but not to 7th grade students, meaning that students who have siblings who are either twins or in 6th grade right now who got into the middle schools based on lottery will be allowed to have sibling priority for those schools, but children with siblings in 7th or 8th grade who entered those schools, gained acceptance via screens and merit, will not be extended that priority. This is a two-part resolution. I'm going to let you know also that we as a CEC believe, or we in this resolution believe, that either the DOE believes that families in fact do have a hardship in sending their children to different middle schools, especially during COVID, and sibling preference should be extended to brothers and sisters of 6th graders and 7th graders, regardless of the older school's admissions method. Or the DOE believes the majority of middle school students are capable and expected to transport themselves to schools, and there should be no sibling preference beyond a possible adjustment for siblings born on the same day, for example, twins or triplets. We also believe in this resolution that it's not too late for the DOE to reverse its middle school admissions policy to include screens, which we brought up in Resolution 185 earlier this year, and in our letter to Chancellor Banks dated on January 26th. We'd also like the DOE to release raw enrollment data, inclusive of geographic data and or travel time and distances, if available, to CEC and to the public, so we can figure out how last year's lottery did play out and whether it achieved the results that it set out to achieve. There's an additional element that I'm going to pass over to Chen so he can share it with you. This is part of our same resolution.
Yes. One of the drivers also in the whereas is that there is an impact to Asian students. That's disparate impact. And we think that, I view it as with intent, because the DOE has, in the past administrations and chancellors have gone after Asian students' admissions and enrollment at schools that are merit-based or through academic screening or the specialized high schools to try to lower the numbers of Asians in these programs. Academically screened programs have a disproportionately high proportion of Asian students. And disparate impact alone is not enough to show discrimination or racism, but there is an intent that's always been vocalized. Chancellor Carranza has always said that he doesn't believe any one group should own the tests. There's been all these actions to say that there's too many Asians in the tested schools, academically screened schools. So there's another reason why we need to make it either all students or no students, and middle schools have sibling priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin and Chen. Our fourth resolution for this evening is Resolution 190, calling for high schools to prioritize in-borough student applicants. Kaushik Das, will you be presenting that?
Do you want to present this one, or should I?
If you can go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. If I may share my screen, because I'll probably present the next two. Can people see? Resolution 190. It basically, last year under the leftover Franza and the Porter administration, there was a removal of a district priority for several schools, high schools that are geographically located within District 2. We had passed several resolutions in the past requesting this reinstatement. Specifically, Resolution 142, 170, and 185. 142 was actually done by the previous CEC administration. Technically, it actually asked for a continuum of schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. In general, these various resolutions said that there should be a reasonable expectation that kids within District 2 should be able to travel within a reasonable expectation to schools that they want to go to with a reasonable transportation time. And when last year that District 2 was removed, it was removed without granting borough priority in its stead. And as a result, last year, 18% of District 2 students received none of their top 12 choices. This is 10% higher from the previous year in D2, 12% higher than the estimate that we had at towards the start of our term, and 14% higher than New York City overall in the same year. I would like to read the resolves. Therefore, be it resolved that CECD2 insists that DOE provide all students within District 2 reasonable expectations to be accepted and attend a school within their own borough with a reasonable commute. That CECD2 opposes the premature removal of district priority last academic year. That CECD2 requests that the DOE restore district priority, given the resulting unintended consequences.
Time.
Let me just finish, if I may. If this cannot be accomplished with that minimum, then Manhattan High Schools request that they be given borough priority, not citywide priority. Furthermore, CEC insists that either of the two proposed actions can still be done and should be done for this current admissions cycle. And lastly, we request New York City high school data by student district of origin, not just enrollment, because CECD2 believes that 8th through 12th grade students are actively leaving District 2 because of recent educational policy changes. Sorry for the extra over. Should I proceed to 191 as well?
Yes, Janie, Kush will be reading, will be presenting resolution 191, high school admissions guidance as well. Thank you, Councilman.
So continuing on the theme of high school guidance, by the way, this was created in conjunction with help from CCHS, several members there, as well as a brainstorming session with several parents within this district and outside this district, parent leaders, I should say. Basically, it says recently that, well, I'll just read the first part. CECD2 believes that the current high school admissions policy for the academic year 2022 to 23 admissions fails to meet the educational needs of District 2 and New York City students. Many families were hopeful that Mayor Eric Adams and Chancellor Banks would have engaged the community before implementing a policy decision that affects so many students and could have lasting long-term effects in the New York City schools. CCHS would have been an obvious choice to help host such an engagement from impacted students, graduating 8th graders, which include approximately 2,500 District 2 students. Basically, there's a perception or that there is screening for this year, but in fact, it's really screening masquerading. It's really lottery masquerading as screening. Students are allowed to pick their highest grades from any one of several semesters, and those grades can actually be quite low, resulting in an overall average of 85, but actually lower, and which is explained in a spreadsheet below. I can step through that later. And as a result, the top group is quite large. There is an amendment to this resolution which will address some of these issues when we get there. There are further amendments suggested by District 20, who is also putting up a similar resolution as a CCHS. And I'll read this again. Therefore, the main therefore be it resolved is that individual high schools should be allowed to use criteria of their choice as their administrators are the most qualified to devise appropriate rubrics for selecting their future students.
Time.
I don't know how to help this. This is a pretty meaty resolution. I don't know how, it's tough to do this in 2 minutes. Should we move on and let people read it, or can we?
I mean, you circulated the resolutions in advance, so I hope everybody on the council has read it.
It's more than the council, it's the public as well.
Right, I hope everyone in the council and in the public logged in. I mean, there's no reason to, these presentations aren't designed to do like in the weeds discussion presentations. It's just like, here, this is the bulk of it. Families can and should have read it. And we have plenty of time to discuss.
Robin Broshi, you are speaking out of term.
I request an additional minute.
Granted, if you can go to the therefore. Yes, please.
The medius therefore be resolved presents a number of alternatives. A straight up ranking instead of the buckets proposed by the DOE, an individual assessment, either virtual or in person, administered by the high school, a submission of one or several graded work samples, a school specific essay, teacher recommendations, or more granular mapping of grades with buckets similar to what the DOE has, but a much higher threshold. And the idea is that either schools can decide this for themselves if they want to take on the brunt of this work, or we can present one of these other alternatives, particularly the straight ranking or buckets with higher scoring, which could be done pretty easily by the DOE instead if their time constraints are as well. I would also add, I had a meeting with enrollment today, and we did discuss the possibility of extending the deadline, the application deadline, and there are more discussions to come.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. Okay, we don't have a specific program presentation today, so we will move to our first public speakers session. Janie, if you're able to put in the chat, I'm going to turn off the chat, the general chat for the moment, so though it's still open to council members. But if you can list who the speaking order.
So we're going to proceed with the 4 student speakers first.
Yes.
And I will post them in the chat. Let me just
the PS11 community.
Yes.
All right. And thank you, students from PS11 for joining us today. It's a privilege to have students and join our community. And thank you again.
Did that go through? Yes.
Yes,
okay.
it did. I may have to unmute you. So just bear with me. One moment. Okay. Oh, just 1 second. All right, Lorena, you're first to go. Lorena G.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorena, and I'm a fourth grade at PS11, and I'm on the naming committee. During a study of Native Americans during Indigenous Peoples Month, we discovered that just for Native American children, and we learned about residential schools. We decided to do more research and realized that William T. Harris, who our school was named after, was the proponent of these schools, who was the education commissioner. This showed us that William T. Harris did not meet the values of PS11. While he made contributions to education, we disagreed with his involvement in support for Native American residential schools. Because of this, we asked our Sarnia committee to change the name of our school. We wanted to find someone who was more representative of who we are at PS11. We wanted a school name that represents all of the kids and families in our community. The students of the Name Change Committee and the PS11 community request approval of the resolution to change the name of our school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here for PS11. Griffin M, you're next. Please join us.
Hi, I'm Griffin. I'm a fourth grader at PS11, and I'm on the Name Change Committee. As we created this committee, we had to first think about who we are as PS11 students and people. We thought about what our values are. Came up with integrity, diversity, hardworking, brave, empathetic, inclusive, and just. We took those values and started to find unsung heroes that we thought also represented these values. We started with about 30 candidates, so we looked at our list even more deeply. Thought about what really makes someone an unsung hero. We realized what really makes someone unsung, someone who does not have a light shining on them. Often, this happens because of parts of their identity, but they are people who have contributed amazing things to society. We started to weed through our list and pick out women from marginalized communities. We took our list of 30 people and ended up with 6 truly unsung heroes we felt represented our values at PS11. We used our meeting times to research these individuals thoroughly, created slideshows and posters about them, gathered as much information as possible. We then wrote convincing speeches to share with our community about who each of them were and why we thought they represented our school. The students of the Name Change Committee and the PS11 community request approval of the resolution to change the name of our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Griffin. Millie, you can unmute yourself and please join us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Hi, I'm Millie. I'm a 5th grader and I'm on the name change committee. One thing I've always loved about PS11 is we aren't just a school made up of students and teachers. Our families, the whole staff in our community are a part of what makes PS11 what it is. We discussed as a committee whether we wanted the vote just to be students, but we decided because our community is what makes us PS11, we really wanted families to be involved as well. We recorded our speeches that we wrote so that teachers could show their classes in order to get the teacher and student vote. Then we presented at 2 family forums. There were hundreds of families there. We explained all that had gone into this work, from the founding of the committee to the research to the speeches, and then shared our videos with them. Each family got 1 vote. The students of the Name Change Committee and PS11 community request approval of the resolution to change the name of our school.
Thank you, Millie. That was wonderful. Caitlyn, you're next. Please join us.
Hi, I'm Caitlyn. I'm a 4th grader on the Name Change Committee. As Millie said, it's important for us to hear from each family, student, and staff member. We tallied up all the votes and we found the top 3 choices: Sarah J. Garnett, Zakala Shaw, and Hasaya Yamamoto. We really had long discussions as a committee. It lasted us almost the entire school day to come to a consensus on who our school should be named after. We really had to make a big decision about this. We knew it wasn't a small act and it would change the history of PS11. We decided that Sarah J. Garnett should be the new name of PS11. Sarah J. Garnett was the first Black female principal in New York City. She was a longtime principal at Grammar School number 4 here in Chelsea. Wouldn't it be cool to say we go to Sarah J. Elementary School? We think so. We are really excited that we have come this far in the name change process. The students of the Name Change Committee and the PS11 community request approval of the resolution to change the name of our school. Thank you for supporting us and making a positive impact in our community.
Thank you, Caitlyn. And we hope this is not the only time you'll all be joining us from the council. Thank you so much. Janie, who's our next speaker on the public speaking session?
Sorry, my Safari just shut down. Okay, so first speaking session. All right, I'm going to copy the first 5 speakers in. Do you see the first 5?
Yeah, I will. Craig Slutskin, please join us. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben, and thank you for making me go after these 4 wonderful kids. It's going to be a tough act to follow.
Absolutely.
So in going to a more serious note, I don't really know where to begin tonight. There are just so many things to discuss. First, on 75 Morton, these recent events are truly horrifying. These are kids. The videos out there, there are videos out there of beatings. We see parents are asking for security transfers out. PTA presidents are tweeting out that these events aren't happening when we know they are. There was an email from the principal where she's threatening kids who have copies of the videos on their phone. She's hiding what's going on from parents. Who is speaking for the kids and what is being done? I get the concept of restorative justice, but I think we're past just sitting in circles and discussing our feelings. Superintendent McGuire, I know you care about our kids, but what are you doing about this? I hate to put it this way, but we're a bit past your pay grade. You need to convene a town hall for kids and students with the chancellor, the deputy chancellor, someone senior at NYPD, and tell the parents what you're going to do to keep the kids safe. And why is this principal allowed to send threatening emails to students, threatening them with suspension if they have videos of the incidents? What is she afraid of? I'm not, if I were a parent there and down the line I could be, I'd pull my kid out and get out of Dodge. Do you really want a mass exodus? On Reso 191A, again, my son is years away from high school, but like many parents of young students, I wonder whether or not to make a continued investment in New York City. And a lot of that hinges on the school system. You maintain school screens for high school in order to continue to have high performance schools tailored to meet the academic needs of students. Without any parent engagement, you created this one size fit all rubric for schools that employ screens all over the city. One size fits all does not work. What Townsend Harris looks for in students will be different than Elro. The screens that they developed aren't even screens. When potentially 3/4 of all kids fall into the top bucket in theory, what kind of bucket is that? You move to a lottery and try to disguise it. Engage parents and do it quickly while there's time. Otherwise, the fabric of these schools will be destroyed and parents like me will just give up on the DOE. Allow schools to take additional criteria decided by the individual school. On 190, we have so many kids in our district. It's already a huge geographical area. Why are you forcing them out of the district where they live? I'm not advocating that nobody from outer boroughs can have the opportunity to go to a Millennium or Elro, but no one, and I mean no one, lives in Manhattan, so they have long commutes for their kids' school. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Bender. Okay. Oh, it's sorry. I'm sorry. Should be able to mute.
Hi, everyone. I am the very proud principal of these amazing students at PS 11. When a group of 8, 9, and 10-year-olds in the midst of a worldwide pandemic make the choice to do something, not because they will receive rewards or accolades, but merely because it matters to them and they want their community to be a place where all its members can say, I belong here, this is me, then I know our future is incredibly bright. Although they do not need my approval or validation, I'm so incredibly proud of the PS 11 Student Name Change Committee. I'm sure you saw that tonight. They're incredible kids. And I hope that all of the members of the CEC recognize their thoughtful and selfless work that they have done and vote yes to pass the PS 11 name change resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jacqueline Pallone, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name's Jackie Pallone, and I'm the PS11 PTA co-president. I will be 10 seconds. I just wanted to say thank you to all the students, and thank you so much to the CEC for listening to everybody. And we are super proud of these kids and so proud to be a part of such a community. Thanks for your consideration, and please vote for it.
All right, thank you, Jackie. A. Jordan Wright, please, you can unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. I'm going to be quick as well. I am Jordan Wright. I am the chair of the SLT at PS 11. I just wanted to say really quickly how proud I am to be part of a community that allows kids, students to drive processes that are meaningful to them. When we have a community that actually listens to the children, when we have a community that allows them to speak their voice and speak their truth and make real change in the community, I believe they win. I would also like to encourage the CEC to vote in favor of the name change at PS 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Cox, please, should be able to unmute.
Yep. Hi, I'm Lisa Cox. I'm the other co-president of PS 11 PTA Executive Board, and I just wanted to say thank you to the CEC for hearing the students, letting them speak. We are so incredibly proud of the work they did. And so happy to be part of this community. I'll be brief, just asking you to consider their vote. And again, how proud we are of the work that they accomplished along with the school leadership team and the school SLT. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Janie, I don't see Penelope, so we'll move to the next person. Todd Corman.
You can do that. Was perfect. That is the highlight of the meeting. You've pronounced my name right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I'm a parent of a Morton student, and I want to speak out about what's been going on in Morton. My only request is that the city and Morton actually stand up to the very standards they have already set forth. I'm going to be quoting directly from the citywide behavioral expectations to support student learning, grades 6 through 12, that was sent to every parent at the start of the school year. The mission statement on school climate and discipline states that the mayor's office, the DOE, and the NYPD believe the city schools must foster environments most conducive to learning. We believe all children deserve such environments and that all children have the potential to learn and succeed. That means first and foremost that our schools must be safe. My comment is that the last thing the students of Morton are feeling this year is safe. And when the first line of the mission statement has not been upheld, every detail below it simply crumbles. If we look at number 5 in the same document, student responsibilities, to behave in a manner that contributes to a safe learning environment and which does not violate other students' right to learn, to be polite, courteous, and respectful toward others, and refrain from obscene and defamatory communication in speech, writing, and other modes of expression, including electronic expression. I know every parent of a Morton child knows that the language overheard during the day and absorbed by our children would make David Mamet and Martin Scorsese blush. From the discipline code, parent notification. The threat to commit or the actual commission of an act of violence at a school affects an entire school community. In the event of threats or acts of violence, school officials must be prepared to contact the appropriate law enforcement and to contact the parents without delay. Multiple fights and outbursts of violence have happened in Morton, and threats of violence went unmentioned to the parents. Our children's fearful voices relating what was happening in school was the only way we could obtain information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. I don't see Jane Radberry.
There's Jane. Jane's my wife.
Oh, okay. That makes it easier there. Okay.
Yes. So I came on in November for the first time, and I was recalling to everybody about what was happening in Morton, about the profanity and the fights. And here I am 3 months later, still talking about it and wondering why we ended up on CBS and Fox News. I would like an independent investigation into the school to find out how we ended up in this spot. And I would like procedures put in place and answers be provided to the parents and to the community. I do feel like the leadership in Morton was trying their best to override what was happening on the daily basis. And I think there were so many obstacles that they got completely overwhelmed. And as a result, things that were, when they kept on saying, oh, we'll get back to you, we will circle back around again, they never circled back around. Or, you know, meetings were canceled last minute. The 1 half-an-hour meeting we had with the principal was canceled 5 minutes before because there was a kid in crisis. So I think what has been happening is that teachers have been called to do jobs that they're not qualified to do, and principals. And as a result, the whole bottom has fallen out of it. I feel like, you know, the management is meant to be running, managing 100 employees, 600 or 800 students, and all their parents. But if they're if they're doing other jobs, like, doing crisis to control for every child, that's, they can't do their job. So I'm wondering why the DOE didn't send in more resources to help the school when they knew that they were going downhill. So I know we got an email on Friday saying
Time.
we have another social worker and more staff are coming in, but I just really want to know that that's going to be enough. And I'm not going to be here in 3 more months' time talking about another further tragedy or even a worse tragedy that's happened so far. So I'm looking forward to hearing the changes that will be implemented. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jane.
I can't hear anything. Can anyone hear?
Ben, you're muted.
Sorry. Joshua, we can't hear you. Shall we come back to you? If you can check your microphone. All right. We'll have to come back to you, Joshua. I don't have Liz Rosenberg's. Okay, let me try that. All right, I don't have Liz Rosenberg. Maya Brewster Dorian, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Maya Brewster Dorian, and as co-president at 75 Morton, I've been asked by a numerous amount of parents to represent them at this meeting. We want to share our concerns around the misrepresentation, misinformation, and misunderstandings about our school in recent incidents. I've been asked the question by many as to why our school, to Jane's point, made it in the news. Why are we being shown in such a negative light? And since I've been asked, I think it reeks of fear and racism. And by the by, these sentiments are also shared by our parents. Taking it a step further, I would say there's nothing more than certain parents in District 2 would enjoy than having another screened school, especially if it's in our beautiful building. And or to use this latest narrative of unsafe, non-screened schools to get back to where we had screened schools and to get those old schools back to where they enjoyed them being. 75 Morton is a true microcosm of New York City for the good, the bad, the beautiful, and it's hard. And our school was built to be exactly that. It was built by families who wanted a school that represented every child in District 2. Children are not disposable. Children make mistakes. I'm proud of our school. We are the future. I'm proud of our students. I'm proud of our parents. I'm proud of our teachers. And I'm very proud of our principal. We are doing the hard work, the equitable work, the fair work, the work that everyone in District 2 and New York City asked us to do. We took it on. I'd like moving forward for those parents and people in the community who are not directly involved in our school, who do not have children in our school, to please lean in and ask us how you can help us doing this work. This is not just bad press. This latest news cycle has traumatized, demoralized, and just plain confused the children at 75 Morton. And to sum it up, that this organized campaign of negativity has not only garnered threats made towards our school, the PTA, and our principal, it has been a major distraction and taken away the focus that we know to be the right path that we are on. Thank you.
Thank you. J D Zipkin, please unmute yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Dr. J D Zipkin. I am a board certified internist, board certified pediatrician. I am a fellow of the American College of Physicians and a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And then in addition, my full-time job is a father of a District 2 student. My statements here are my own and do not represent any other organization. The resolution 187A for optional mask usage really should be voted against, especially when you think about in light that it was originally proposed pre-Omicron, before Omicron even came out. Some group wanted to drop masks in our students. The points that they use as facts, as evidence in it is wildly misleading. Very poor when it comes to the big picture of what's going on. They cite the American Academy of Pediatrics, again, which I'm a fellow, but they fail to cite that in-school transmission, per the AAP, in-school transmission occurs more in districts without masks. Fail to cite that the final recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics, not to mention the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the New York City Department of Health, the New York State Department of Health, which are different entities, all have their final recommendations as universal masking in schools. So why is it that this group that are not made up of expert epidemiologists, public health experts, physicians, scientists, are cherry picking data to say this statement from the AAP works, this statement from the CDC works, but ignoring the actual final recommendations? This is wildly misleading. And this is the definition of cherry picking. It also really speaks against the bigger picture. I get that death is kind of very focused on in this resolution. Death should not be the only thing that we are worried about with our children. I want to keep children out of our emergency departments. I want to stop the hospital admissions. I want to keep our children out of our ICUs. Things on the line here besides deaths. And listen, this may all change tomorrow. My ask of this group is to not play public health expert. It may change tomorrow, but please let the Centers for Disease Control, let the New York City and State Departments of Health, and let the American Academy of Pediatrics give us guidance, because they do see the big picture and they will help us get to where we need to be. Thank you all.
Thank you. Lauren Pohl. Oh, I don't see her. Sandy Davis, please unmute yourself and
Sure.
welcome to the council.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, very topical. I think, Dr. Zipkin, I appreciate all of your thoughts and your perspective. I think, I'm solidly, in this group, a bunch of concerned mothers are solidly in the other camp. I think the data speaks for itself. The school positivity rate is well under 1% already. We've had masks on our kids for over 2 years now, and it's time to start thinking about protecting the individual instead of, and transferring risk to the individual instead of maintaining risk on behalf of the community. We're in a much different place than we were 2 years ago. We know a lot more about this virus than we did 2 years ago. And I think it's time that we start to really consider the risk reward trade-off between keeping our kids in masks versus and all of the risks of keeping the kids in masks over the long term. So a few things. Number one, 70% of communication is nonverbal. So this impacts children most severely, obviously small children in terms of language learning, but also middle school children and high school children in terms of social, mental impact. And that cannot be ignored any longer. That's a massive impact. Number two, schools should not be more punitive than the general population. At the very least, kids should not need to wear masks outdoors at recess, which is the current rule by the Department of Education. I would ask anybody in this community who is still wearing a KN95 mask solidly against their face when you're taking a walk outside. These kids are having to wear their masks outdoors at recess. They do not get a break when they're playing sports, anything like that. There's no reason that our schools should be more punitive than the general population. And as soon as the indoor mask mandate is lifted, which by the way, it is in many other states, then this should also apply to schools. There's no reason there should be a bifurcation between the two. And number three, the CDC now says that cloth masks are ineffective. So we have 2 years of placebo data
kids wearing cloth masks in school, and yet we are not seeing this massive community spread that we fear. Number 4, less than 9 states, and the list keeps shrinking, and the majority of other first world countries do not have a mask mandate in schools. The WHO and the EU CDC do not recommend masking under 6, and for 6 to 12, they recommend very limited masking. One-way masking in a high-quality mask is very effective. Parents can choose to keep their children masks if they choose, while other parents can make different risk assessments. And lastly, I would say, obviously, there are many other resources available to protect the individual from the coronavirus right now. There's obviously vaccines, there's antivirals, there's KN95 masks, there's general lifestyle. But I think we need to really think about how we transfer risk from the community to the individual at this point.
Make it a parent's choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Tamira, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm frozen.
We hear you.
Okay, I'm going to leave the video off because I think it'll help preserve the Wi-Fi. I just want to piggyback on that, actually, the resolution on 187 to remove masks. I'm completely, totally against that idea. I've been home for almost a month with a kid who has long COVID, who had Omicron, who got it in school, who was healthy, who was not vulnerable, who was not vulnerable until he had COVID, until he got COVID. He's missed more school than he's been able to go to. He is a student with a neurodiverse student with an IEP who was already behind because of being in remote learning for over a year and then being out of school because of the quarantines, the class closures. He's not alone. We have 220,000 students with disabilities who were asked out during the pandemic. And we're sitting here talking about a problem that doesn't even exist. There is no proof in any of the links that in this resolution that are attached to this resolution, and anything that the committee that drafted it cited. There's no proof, there's no evidence, there's no data, none, zero. Actually, it's the opposite. You can find dozens, hundreds of studies that say masking does not affect verbal development, speech development, communication, behavioral development. It's the exact opposite. It's this kind of fear mongering and this making parents so scared, politicizing this entire thing. When what's going to happen, and masks have made it possible for students to go to school, for the most vulnerable students to go to school. They're not going to be able to. This narrative that there's evidence that masks are hurting it's a lie. And even in the Brown study that you cited, the one study in there said that it's more about socioeconomics than it is about the masks being problematic. That families with the means mitigated the decline in speech or any perceived decline better than the families of lower socioeconomic status, mainly poor Black and brown communities in New York City. So you need to be honest with this. I mean, the misinformation is just startling. It's ableist, it's racist, and it just reeks of privilege.
All right, thank you. Olivia Ramos, can you unmute yourself? Please
Hello,
join the council.
everybody. Hi, hello, everybody. My name is Olivia. This is my husband, Daniel. Do you want to tell them where you're from?
I was born in Bolivia, and I was raised in Spain. Olivia also was raised in Spain, so I'm a foreigner still, a green card holder. Lived here for 25 years, and that's our background. So we are multicultural, and I just wanted to express that.
So we live in Hell's Kitchen. Our son attended 75 Morton. He went there on his scooter, so that's more than 40 blocks. We believe in teaching him independence. He previously attended PS 111 on 10th Avenue and 53rd with the best principal that we've experienced. Edward Gilligan. The city needs more principals like him, compassionate and tough on emotional verbal and physical abuse. So our son started being insulted early September. I sent an email to the principal about it. It escalated to verbal abuse. Then it went to physical abuse. He was knocked 3 times on with the door of a locker on his head, the third time making a pretty large cut right here under one of his eyes. I can provide the picture so that you have the information. So when you ask somebody to stop doing something once because it's bothering you and they keep doing it a second and a third time, that's called bullying. There were teachers present. They told my son that they would take care of it, that the kids would apologize. That never happened. He was also stepped on purpose on one of his feet, excuse me, that was injured on purpose. He was also tried to kick in the groin by one of the girls at school. Restorative justice is not working. Kids need to learn accountability for their behavior, and we took him out because of safety issues. So we hope that the school can be audited and investigated because what's going on there is not normal. This is second grade behavior escalated to kids who weigh the same as I do, and it's very violent and it should not be accepted. There were fights posted on Snapchat called Yo, We on Drugs. Another Snapchat group called 75 Morton Fights. You cannot believe the profanity. They have stolen our son's innocence with all of the words that he's learned at that school, in the playground, in the bathrooms, in the hallways, in the stairways. They started knocking over his scooter and started insulting him. And then after that started beating him. And, I don't know what else would have had to happen to my son for them to take measures. I'm really, really shocked. We're taxpayers here. We want, if the DOE is not going to defend our children and the school is going to try to intimidate parents and call us racist when we live in Hell's Kitchen, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Then if you're not going to defend the children and you're not going to keep a safe environment and you're not going to put NYPD in there and make sure that girls are not kicking other girls down the stairs and pulling their hair down and beating them. This is not a simple fight. These are kids beating other kids. If you're going to allow that, then allow the money to follow the kids and let families decide where we want our children to be raised and how we want them to be raised. Children need to learn accountability and they need to be responsible for their behavior. And I wish this city had more principals like Edward Gilligan from PS 111. I hope that is clear to everybody. We are not racist. We live in Hell's Kitchen. You are not going to take out the race card with us. That's not going to work. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Joshua Poe, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you now, Joshua.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what that was. But I wanted to talk on a couple of issues that affect me personally. One of them is the sibling preference in middle schools. And I happen to have a 7th grader and a 5th grader. So, it seems that whatever reasons there are for giving people sibling benefits who have a 6th grader, I don't see why, the convenience, the safety, why those don't apply if it's a 7th grader. I mean, to me, it seems fairly arbitrary. And then the other one is the geographic admissions. In the case of my 7th grader, she's not applying this year, but in a year, somehow, if she lived in most parts of the city, she would get some sort of geographic preference, whether it was borough or district. But because we live in District 2, she may have to go to school somewhere really far away. I don't understand why these rules can't be consistent. I mean, as the proposal said, in terms of the middle school, that there should be no preference, or it should include 6th and 7th graders. That seems, consistent to me, and not the same way about the high schools. Why should some children benefit from geographic preference and not others? That all, to me, it just sounds like it's inconsistent, and for some reason seems to be to my detriment. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Joshua.
Ben, I think Brad Hoylman is on.
Okay.
Do you think we can give him an opportunity to speak?
Yes. Was that all our list?
That actually was, I think that was the end of our list. Hang on,
Okay.
but let me just double check.
And you went through both lists, the first speaking in both.
Yes, so both second speaking, yes, Olivia was the last and you loop back up to Joshua. So I think we're done.
Right, okay. So
I had signed up to speak. Denise Cruz.
Hang on, Denise.
And I submitted a comment as well.
That's for, you signed up for this. I see you on the second speaking session.
I signed up for both sessions.
Yes,
so
yeah, it was supposed to be for both.
I signed up for first.
Okay, hold on. I don't
Same
see
here.
your names. Hold on.
did you check the other tab for
Yeah.
both speaking sessions?
I think you already called me, but I'm here now, Liz Rosenberg.
Okay. While Janie sorts that out, we'll let Brad Hoylman speak, the senator.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. It's good to see everyone. Hello, CEC. State Senator Brad Hoylman, represent you in Albany. Just wanted to let folks know who are concerned about the situation at 75 Morton. First, let me say that I think it's highly irresponsible of news outlets to sensationalize this issue. I mean, it's actually disgusting to me. And I want to stand with the entire 75 Morton community, the principal, the PTA, the parents, and the students. I think we can sort this out as a community and not have Fox News, plastered all over television. Secondly, my office stands ready as a resource to you if you have particular concerns about your student, your child in any school. Please reach out to us. I think that this is somewhat of a disconnect as a state official, but we are here to assist, and we can provide a bridge to both city and state education departments. So
You're muted.
Was I muted the entire time?
No, just
okay.
About 2 sentences or so.
That would be really embarrassing. But my colleague Tevin Williams is here as well. My telephone number is 212-633-8052. I do want to serve as a resource. I was, part of that team at the community board that helped build 75 Morton from scratch, along with Assemblywoman Deborah Glick and a bunch of parent leadership from CECD2. So we really have to fight for what we believe in. And problems aside, I'm convinced that we can come together and make this work for everyone. But let's call out irresponsible news media when it happens. And that's what I'm doing right now, because I think our community deserves better. And I think we all know the truth of our families and our children. So I'm very interested to stay on and listen to the other comments, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. To everyone else who, if we haven't got to you, we will get to you. But right now, we'll go back to Liz Rosenberg. If you can unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I want you to vote no on the resolution to end masks in schools. And rather than explain myself, I'd rather just let you know about an open letter that many parents are signing that explains where we're at with COVID safety right now. A lot of the data from January, that we need a plan for surges, that we need a better testing program and protocol, et cetera. So that you can find at the Twitter account at Safe Schools New York, at Safe Schools New York, and we will post both the open letter, a panel that occurred that you could watch to learn more about what experts and scientists are saying about how to focus on equity and keep all students safe. As many of you probably know, there are many zip codes in our city where 60% of students of 5 to 17-year-olds are not vaccinated, and under the 3 and 4-year-olds in our system cannot be vaccinated. So any move on masks right now basically says we don't want to protect those kids and keep them from being hospitalized or worse. So that's where you can find out more.
All right, thank you, Liz. Hunter, you can unmute yourself. Please speak to the council.
Hello. I'm here to speak up for 75 Morton parents who are concerned about speaking up for themselves for fear of reprisal or retribution. I think most of you on the CEC know about the violence. We've heard about the violence that's been occurring from several families who've experienced it. I'm not going to speak about whether 75 Morton is safe or unsafe. I will speak to the principal's response, which I think is very important. On November 4th, she sent an email to all families where she said, and I quote, "I have now been informed that there is a Snapchat account called 75 Morton Fights. Please check your child's phone. If they are friends with this account, please share any information you can with me and then delete it. As we are all aware, this is extremely harmful to our school community. It may be harmful to school enrollment and dollars, but sharing videos about violence is a step toward addressing it, even if it is kind of kid stuff and they are not really trying to address it, but it gets it out in the open. And that's what's important here. Have we learned nothing from Black Lives Matter about transparency with videos? But what's more egregious is the email that she subsequently sent, where she said again, and I quote, "There was an incident between 3 girls at a bus stop after school today, et cetera, et cetera. I have seen the video in the 713 class group chat. If your child is in this class, please check their phones and ask to see 713 group chat. If there is any information you can provide, including who sent the video, any student discovered sharing the video, even if they did not take it or originally post it, will be suspended." Those are the principal's words. And there was a Supreme Court case where a girl tried to or spoke negatively about her school. And the Supreme Court just ruled in June that you cannot punish kids for speaking negatively about their school. And you certainly can't punish them for sharing videos of something that happened completely outside of school. It is outrageous that she's chilled First Amendment speech for an entire community by telling everybody that if your child shares this video or posted it, they will be suspended. It's outrageous, and that is a terrible response from any principal in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Dimitri Ganarius. Hope I pronounced that correctly. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, thank you very much, Ben. Lots going on here. Just quickly, I'm in favor of 187A, 189, the sibling priority, 190, the district priority, and also the 191 high school admissions. I've heard a lot about the masking, unmasking, I think we all know at this point, there's a lot that we don't know about this disease. We also don't know a lot about the impacts of masking or not masking. There's just not enough data and not enough distance in time. But what we do know is that this aerosol disease is tiny as can be, and cloth masks are useless. We know this. So the efficacy becomes an issue. Now we have the city of New York asking people to wear K95 masks, which we also know, if you look at that, they're not proposed to be worn for more than 3 hours at a time. So we're stuck in a quandary here. If we let kids continue to wear masks that are just for theater and show, or do we actually have them wear tighter fitting masks that really restrict breathing? And to what end? When we know at the end of the day, they're not vectors of death. The teachers are. The adults are the ones that have the high viral loads. And we're creating the symptoms for kids that they feel like if they don't do this, they're hurting somebody else. There are too many things going on, and we need to think about it in totality. And I agree with the resolution wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitri. I don't see Christina Gradasi. So we'll move on to the next one. Gavin Healy, please unmute yourself and welcome to the council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to express my very strong opposition to Resolution 187A and express my support for continued masking requirements in our schools. Now, I know that someone on this council is supposed to be the liaison to our school, PSIS 217 on Roosevelt Island. But I'm not sure who it is because I've never seen you at our SLT or PTA. At last month's PTA meeting, we had parents pleading with the PTA for funds to buy KN95 and KF94 masks, and we approved a budget allocation for it. Some parents said they were afraid to send their kids into the building because of continuing concerns about COVID. So your resolution talks about Massachusetts, Florida, Arizona, Sweden, but perhaps you could start your investigation right here in District 2. Come to Roosevelt Island, where we don't have a permanent testing or vaccination site. You might want to ask the community there what they think about masking requirements. Also, you acknowledge that some people are more at risk from COVID than others, yet your answer to that is to stigmatize them, to tell the weak to mask and avoid indoor spaces so they don't inconvenience the strong. But all our kids need to go to school. I'm fine with my child masking for the rest of the year, and he's fine with it too, not just to protect himself, but if there's even one immunocompromised student in his school, to protect that student too, and to make sure they're not isolated or stigmatized. Finally, you cite a study on academic and emotional effects on kids since the start of the pandemic. Actually, you don't cite the study itself. You cite a Daily Mail article citing the study. Now, the Daily Mail is my go-to source for juicy gossip on British celebrities, but it's not a publication I look to for advice. So I read the actual study, which is not peer-reviewed, and contrary to what you suggest, it does not conclude that masking was the cause. In fact, it says the primary factors underlying our observed trends remain unknown. So here's a hypothesis. In addition to the 770 kids in this country who died of COVID, more than 1 in 500 have lost a parent to it. Maybe that's affected kids' academics and emotions more than masking has. So if you're going to do a cost-benefit analysis on the safety of the families you are elected to represent, please try to do so with at least a modicum of rigor. Thank you.
Thank you. William Gresswell, please join the council. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. First of all, I'd just like to say how humbled and inspired I was by the contributions from the PS11 school community regarding Resolution 188. To me, this is exactly what the New York City public school system is really all about. But sadly, I'm here too as a parent of a child at 75 Morton. I've seen the recent media coverage, received the emails from the school and from the PTA about the recent incidents of violence there. It's a troubling situation on many levels. There's obviously a lot of heat and emotion around the situation right now. You see this from today's debate, and this is understandable. However, in order to move forward, my strong belief is also that an independent review of the situation at the school should be set up, and that this review should include an anonymous survey of parents so that all voices can be heard. I think these steps should be taken immediately and completed as soon as possible so that we are all able to move forward, focusing on what is important here, namely the safety of our children in a positive, enjoyable learning environment as part of the community, as PS11 showed us. Thank you again for allowing me to contribute.
Thank you, William. Sarah Ireland, you can unmute yourself. Please join the council, Sarah.
Hi, everybody. The students at PS 111 were really extraordinary, and I appreciate their offering. I'm a parent at 75 Morton. I have an 8th grader there, and I just wanted to share my heartfelt sentiment to the families who have had children suffering there, and I can't imagine what that is like. I also would like to share that the intention that I understood the principal's email asking students not to share video had nothing to do with trying to keep things quiet. The principal has been nothing but transparent. And in order to keep children from encouraging each other to fight and post about these fights and dramatize these fights, she asked that the posts stop happening. And she specifically asked for support from families. So I just wanted to clear that my point of view is very different from some of the point of views that have been expressed today. And I think it's very important that we use discernment and look at a bigger picture than what has been presented. I also very much appreciate Senator Holman's words on the exacerbation of, or the use of news to exacerbate the issue. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Denise, please unmute yourself and join the council. Welcome.
I think I'm actually next. I'm just another Sarah.
Oh,
Yes,
my apologies.
That's okay.
Did not mean to slight you on that.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm a teacher at 75 Morton, and I feel pretty disheartened that community members are quick to believe gossip in the post. I feel proud to be a teacher at a school that relentlessly supports struggling students, that is a diverse school, that is, as Maya mentioned, a microcosm of this wonderful city that we live in. The rhetoric around getting kids under control and bringing back screens is racist. We are one of very few zone middle schools in the district, supporting students as best we can with the resources that we have during a global pandemic and a mental health crisis. We are a young school led by our new principal, who is a wonderful leader, doing her best during impossible circumstances. She is following DOE protocols, so I'm actually quite unsure about the attacks on the way she is handling violence and bullying. She is, as Sarah Ireland mentioned, been completely transparent about what's going on. She truly cares about our kids and is trying to minimize escalation. Our students are struggling, it's true, and some students are resorting to violence, and it breaks my heart. We are in unprecedented circumstances and thus are innovating unprecedented solutions. To echo Maya, please listen to the students and the teachers and the admin and the PTA who are actually experiencing what's going on at 75 Morton. I am proud to be a teacher at 75 Morton. I also just want to add that it's deplorable that folks are insinuating that students who are immune compromised don't matter. All students matter, healthy or not. Our kids deserve to be protected from getting COVID, and the mask mandate should absolutely remain in place. I love my kids and want them to be as safe as possible. We have an opportunity to keep them safe by wearing masks. I'm absolutely against removing mask mandates. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Denise Cruz, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I am against Resolution 187A. The CDC just today announced that this is not the time to remove masks. It would be reckless to get rid of this mandate at this time, especially after spring break when kids will be returning after traveling across the country. The resolution mentions that more children die of flu than COVID, yet makes no mention of how many family members may have seriously been affected or have passed away due to COVID infections brought home by their child. The school system is not comprised solely of healthy children and teachers. Many live in multi-generational households and may be living with parents or caregivers currently fighting cancer. Many teachers themselves protocols are working with the aforementioned. This is not only about protecting healthy children, it's about protecting our community. Additionally, the studies cited by the members that are sponsoring this resolution are misleading and heavily cherry-picked. The studies from states and countries that are not as densely populated as New York City. We are a separate beast. We are overcrowded. We have classes with 30 plus children to a room, and the circumstances are just simply not the same. Not to mention that this resolution was presented prior to the current Omicron surge. Masking works. Latest studies show that just using a surgical mask provides 40 to 50% protection, 70 to 90% protection with an N95. You cannot say they are not working. What's not working is the honor system, where parents are sending their children sick to school. Our children are, as we experienced during the first 2 weeks of school in our school. Vaccination numbers need to increase in order for this mandate to not to be taken away. You can't have it both ways. Additionally, the DOE has done a poor job in testing, and we have no real data to justify the statements such as low transmission in schools. Has the Situation Room even caught up? The Situation Room debacle that started in December is not the data we should be looking at. Additionally, as a speech language pathologist, I can tell you I have seen significant increase in patients that I've been treating with cognitive deficits from COVID and long COVID after prolonged intubation. This is not just a cold, folks. These children were neurotypical prior to COVID. Many studies show that masks do not cause speech delay to typically developing children. The impacts reduce solely to socioeconomic status. Lastly, wearing a mask sends the message that we're not just protecting ourselves, we are protecting our community. And it's the lesson we should be teaching our children after surviving this horrible pandemic. I'd like to thank Dr. Zipkin for his expertise in his prior comments and bringing forward the data. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vita Labella, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Ben. Can you hear
welcome
me?
to the council.
Hello, thank you, Ben. My name is Vito Labella, and I'd like to talk about those violent incidents that were mentioned here tonight and were publicized both in the mainstream and social media, I believe appropriately so. The incident has brought to light issues with the DOE that impact all schools, and because, as the PTA president referenced, the school is a microcosm of the city, the unchecked violence in the city as well. If there is a middle school student who has on more than one occasion engaged in violent behavior, that's a problem that can't be ignored in the name of equity or doing the work. There are competing interests that the DOE and the city must address. Every student, and in fact, every citizen, deserves a safe environment, whether that's a school or a subway. Any student, indeed any individual who is chronically violent, needs to be separated from other students or the public so they can't hurt any other child or any other citizen, full stop. But violent middle school students are also children, probably between 10 and 14 years old. Nobody should be giving up on them, thinking about locking them up and throwing away the key. These children should be evaluated mentally and physically. The home should be investigated to see if there's any physical or sexual abuse. And violent children should be transferred to a 12-to-1-to-1 or a 6-to-1-to-1 program where there's substantial anger management and other therapy built right in. We only have a few years to impact the lives of these children, so we can't mess that up. Soon enough, these preteens will be young adults on the precipice of the school-to-prison pipeline. And if the DOE tries to ignore violent incidents and not get these children help, they are the ones that will have pulled the ripcord, sending them on their way. And the city also needs similar policies to address the mental health crisis in adults, so that everybody feels safe and all people get the help they need. I'm Vito Labella. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vito. Jean Han, please unmute yourself. Welcome to the council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's my child in the background. Thank you, everybody, for this meeting tonight. I just wanted to state my support for resolution 187A. I feel like what I'm hearing a lot of tonight from parents that are opposed to it are arguments that were used when the pandemic first came out, where there was a lot that was unknown. New York is now one of only 5 states that has a masking mandate, for children. And nobody's asking that all children take their masks off. We're just asking that parents, that it's made optional, because there are some children that really struggle wearing them. And I think that needs to be considered. There are children that are really having mental health trauma because of the long-term masking. And there are no studies out there that actually confirm or what the long-term psychological damages to children that have been wearing masks for this long, because this has never been done in history before. So I would say, let's stop the experiment on our children, and the ones that really need for the mask to come off, please let it come off. I also want to support resolution one, I can't read the number, the high school resolution. Thank you, CEC2, for pulling something together so quickly. I'm hearing from a lot of parents in my neighborhood that this is very upsetting, that children with an 80 average is being pretty much given the same weight as a child with a 99 average. There's just some general unfairness about that. And I wish the DOE could do something to improve upon that. That's all I have. I yield my time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jean. Janie, does that complete our speakers list for the first session?
Yes, I believe so. It's the way it's set up. I think we covered everybody who only wants to speak in the first session and everyone who signed up to speak in the first and second session.
Great, thank you, Janie. So we will, after our next set of agenda items, we will be returning to our second public speaking session. So thank you.
Ben, can I interrupt for one moment?
Yes.
Can you turn the chat back on? And then if anybody if anybody hasn't spoken, maybe they can identify themselves in the chat.
Okay, the chat should be back on. Thank you. Okay. All right. Since we have a lot to cover, still, we have a lot of resolutions. I'm going to yield my time in terms of the.
Help out.
Oh, yes. I think you have to mute yourself. Right? Jean Han, yeah, thank you. I'm going to yield my time in terms of the presence report, aside from making one announcement that the state enrollment numbers provided by New York City were released for our district. And we had a dramatic drop in school enrollment in our district. It slightly exceeded the previous year of, if you look at elementary school and middle school, we had over 2,000 students. Our enrollment dropped by over 2,000 students for approximately 51 district schools. And this is public available information. It is not, it's not the final audited amount. It might change slightly, but at previous year, the numbers stayed nearly the same. The difference this year versus last year is that we had an enrollment drop more in the middle school years versus the elementary schools. And I guess there's a shift in terms of enrollment, and I don't know. I've had questions from families. I don't know where the students went, or whether they went to private schools, charter schools, or out of the state. However, I think we'll be following this closely and looking at the specific grades where this is being impacted. But I wanted to now I just want to inform the public that, and I will post to our website the actual numbers for the past 3 years, pre-COVID versus last year and this year. But they're significant. We've now lost over 4,000 students. It's the city, though, I should announce, did have enrollment drop in the pre-K through 8th grade. No, I think K through 8th grade. The numbers were over 70,000. So it's not specific to our district, but the numbers were dramatic, though, still. I think together we've lost 15% of enrollment in our DOE public schools in District 2 since the pandemic began. All right.
Ben, I have a quick question. I know I'm not, can you recognize me, please?
Yes.
Is that data K, the loss numbers, is that K through 12 or K through 8?
Pre-K through 8. The 4,000 students in our district.
4,000 students
in 2
pre-K
years.
through 8 in
Yeah,
District 2 have left?
Yeah, in past 2 years.
4,000
Yep.
in a year.
No, past 2 years. 2,000 each year, approximately.
K through 8.
Yes. It's like 1,957, something like that. Any other question? Okay. All right. Superintendent Kelly McGuire, I believe you have a report for the district.
I do. Thanks so much.
Welcome.
Ben, appreciate it. I will share a presentation here. So thanks so much, CEC, for having me this evening. It's really great to be here as the COVID numbers have been dropping so dramatically in our schools. I'll share a little bit about that in my report later on. But I also just want to touch on and reiterate the strong support that the PS11 community has shared for their name change. And I also just want to acknowledge the students that have been working so hard on that. I had a chance to hear their presentation earlier this month, and I guess it was in February or January, and they were just really, really incredible. And I think that people enjoyed that this evening as well. It's always great to hear from our kids. So today, what I'm going to do is just share a little bit with you in regard to what's happening in our schools this month. I have a couple of topics for which I'd like to be able to offer some data and updates, a couple of items in regards to the COVID-19 pandemic and health-related issues. I do want to highlight and share a little bit in regard to professional learning in schools, what's been happening, and highlight some things that are happening in specific schools in our district. A couple of quick notes on school admissions, and then, excuse me, I do also want to address issues of school safety and wellness in the district. So just to start off, it's been, since we came back from the December break, we've had a lot going on. We know that Mayor Adams has launched our Vegan Fridays in schools. And this is a photo up here in the upper left-hand corner, approved photo from the PS 130 community, where they were in partnership with the school food, to come in and really see how kids were enjoying and liking Vegan Fridays. And all reports were that it was very, very popular. We know that in the month of February, we celebrated the Lunar New Year, and several of our schools are engaged both in classroom activities and school-wide activities to celebrate Lunar New Year. We have also, in the month of February, Black History Month. And today I was in a classroom at PS 89 in which there was some fantastic lessons going on, just highlighting and talking about the role that African-American people have played in our school system, in our city, and in our country. And so we are appreciative of that and hope that the students were really enjoying getting a lot out of those lessons. And then as a part of some of our work that we've done this year professionally to help to support professional development across the district, we did some work to track and shadow individual students in regards to their math performance. And I'll share a little bit more about that as later on in the presentation here. But we did a project where we looked at individual students and tried to sit in the seat of the student and understand what school was like for them throughout the day, both students of all different performance levels. And it was just really a fantastic experience. So I did want to share one item in regard to data, and that is just our current attendance rate So currently on our official register, we have a bit under 23,000 students in our district. That is pre-K through 8, and then also the Clinton School as our lone high school. Our attendance rate has dropped a bit, which is not surprising given the Omicron surge that we experienced right before the December break, as well as after the December break. It was a rough period of time in many of our schools, both for our student attendance and for our teacher attendance, but things are looking up in a very, very positive way there. Again, these data reflect 49 of our 49 schools plus our pre-K center. As you see, there are some differing levels of attendance rate across our districts. I think as we see kids get a little bit older, they can take themselves to school more. Contrary to popular opinion, middle schoolers actually love to get up and go to school because it's such an opportunity for them to go in and see friends and socialize and really try out some of those new adolescent skills that they're developing. In regard to looking at some of our subgroups here, we have 93% of our English language learners is the attendance rate for our students, 92% of our students with disabilities. And then we do know that our students living in temporary housing do face the greatest challenge in getting to school. And so I know that many members of our CEC have advocated strongly for our students in temporary housing. And that continues to be an area that we are working to improve as well, because as one of our speakers said tonight, we don't give up on kids. We try to make sure that all of them get what they need. And so we're going to continue to work with our students in temporary housing. I've mentioned in the past that the City of New York has implemented an academic screener for this school year. That academic screener is given 3 times a year: the fall, the winter, and the end of the year. We are currently just about toward the end of our mid-year winter academic screener session. We have about 70% of our students or teachers that have completed academic screeners, both in mathematics and reading. Those screeners are going to continue through this week as the original deadline, but then we have a makeup period that extends through next week as well. These screeners are not solely just measuring a student's level of knowledge with a set body of information, but really evaluating how students are progressing throughout the school year as they march toward proficiency. I will be able to share more information with our community, with the CEC in March, when we will have finalized data from our academic screeners, and also be able to highlight some of I'm sure that we'll be able to highlight some strengths, but also we will look toward areas, grade levels, content, mathematics, or reading that we want to concentrate on as a district and really help to support the development. A lot has been talked about tonight in regards to our COVID-19 health issues and how it is that we're continuing to battle the pandemic. I will say that the tenor and mood across our district has been incredibly positive as the number of cases has gone down. The Situation Room is sending me 2 reports a day now. One that reports the number of cases from the evening until midday the next day, and then the middle of the day to the end of the day. And I think that there are some smiles on our district team members when I sit down and look at those data quickly with them, because we're seeing that the number of cases have been dropping dramatically. The city has reported a drop of cases of COVID-19 down 95% since that peak of Omicron. So this is when we've returned, the city has also implemented some increased surveillance. We now have 10% of our student population or 20% who are unvaccinated. That's up to 250 students, as well as 10% of the staff population can be tested on site in our schools. In preparation, I know, and this came up also, in preparation for the February break that is coming up, COVID-19 rapid tests are going to be distributed to every single 3K through 12 12th grade child in our city schools, as well as our staff. And the goal here is for everyone to take a rapid test before we return to school on February 28th. This is, I think, a really wonderful health measure to have in place. We know that cases are dropping now. We don't know what the state of things are going to be when we return from our break, but we certainly want to just keep on this roll of having our students in school, our teachers in school, and having our schools be safe. And so please take those at-home rapid tests when they are distributed. They should be distributed to you next week. We're continuing with universal masking, but we're continuing to look to guidance from both the city and state. The health screener has been adjusted to adjust for changes in timelines for quarantine and isolation periods. And the city has also distributed a couple of flowcharts that I've linked here, and I usually always forward my these presentations to President Morden so that they can be posted to the CEC website. So there are a couple of new flowcharts that are out there and available as really nice tools. These are translated into multiple languages to help families consider how it is that they should respond if a member of their family either feels sick or has tested positive for COVID-19, or a child has tested positive for COVID-19. These two slides here just indicate the flowchart, what it looks like. I know the font is too small for people to really look at, but really just indicates the what they look like and how it is that this tool can be used by families. So I did say earlier in my presentation here that we are embarking upon a couple of different, and we have been actually since late fall, on a couple of different methods for how it is that we are really helping to support and develop our assistant principals and principals. And so for our assistant principals, and all of this is really built around a learning collaborative. And by learning collaborative, what we are doing is that we are talking about strategies for us to share some of the best practices that are going on in our schools, as well as to hear from other principals who are struggling with the challenge and really benefit from bringing together groups of school leaders, experienced school leaders, to help them consider different ways that they want to address the challenge. In a recent meeting that I had with Chancellor Banks, he said that one of his priorities and one of the strategies that he wanted to see used across our schools to help improve them was to expand what's working and really put a magnifying glass on some of the practices that are both challenging and beneficial to kids, so that we can work together to improve outcomes for kids. And so the two models that we have going on in our district, I think, really exemplify that. And so the assistant principal presentations, the assistant principal collaboratives that we've put together are really built around assistant principals who are coming up for tenure. The time for tenure for an assistant principal is 4 years. And so what we want to do is really give that assistant principal both an opportunity to highlight the excellent practice that they've engaged in over their probationary period, but also to help them transition into this position of leader in regard to thinking about what their next step is. How is it that they can continue to make impact in the school in which they serve? And to consider also as to whether or not serving as a head principal in a school is something for them, and what it is that they might need to do in order to fill in their learning before that could become a reality. We also have principal learning collaboratives. So principal learning collaboratives have been a really wonderful way to share practice. And actually, principal vendor at PS11 hosted a principal learning collaborative for his group of schools, 17 different school leaders, just a couple of weeks ago. And Gila highlighted work that they were doing around both the name change process, but also ways that they were working to build and develop their curricula in reading and in math, not only to make it more rigorous, but also to include greater elements of culturally responsive and sustaining education. And we heard it from a few of his teachers who did some amazing work around developing that curricula and really helping it to connect to students. And they saw some wonderful outcomes when it came to how students were performing on some of these tasks. So these two models here are really targeting our leaders. You know, we have close to 150 principals and assistant principals in our district. It's a big group. If you add in all of the teacher leaders and you add in all of the district leaders and borough partners that are working with us, it's a large group of folks. But them coming together in these collaboratives, which is breaking that large group into a much smaller group so that learning can happen together, has been a really powerful way that we've come together in professional learning, but that we've also come together as a way to build community and support each other. When we were thinking about doing this in the fall, you know, we didn't want to add more to principals' plates, but we wanted to keep learning going in our district. We knew that kids were returning from the pandemic and from a year of blended learning or remote learning. And so we knew that the outcomes of students, the performance of students was going to be front and center. And so we needed to include an opportunity for professional learning in our district. But we also knew that we needed to help to support our principals. And these models have really served as both, I think. They're an opportunity to come together. We didn't come together at the height of Omicron, but really to come together to share and to engage in some rigorous practice. This is the kind of work that has been filling our soul, I would say, when when times have gotten really tough. Oops, sorry. So just to highlight a couple of other schools that we were working on here. So just this week, actually, we visited PS1. So the focus of our visit to PS1, this is a principal learning collaborative, was to improve access to rigorous math content for students who struggled the most. And what we did was that we had the opportunity to visit PS1. Our school leaders had the opportunity to partner with individual students and really watch and see how it is that they were going through the day and what it is that they were learning. We were trying to see what it is that we needed to do and how it is that we needed to support teachers to improve learning through the eyes of a student. We also visited PS126. The focus of that visit was both on equity of student voice and discussion. We saw a marvelous strategy that their 7th grade social studies teacher was using around doing Socratic seminar and building discussion. Just really, really fantastic stuff. As well as we visited an early childhood class and watched how they were strategically going through and implementing high quality phonics instruction in early childhood. And then again, our visit to PS1 was a focus on these revision of units to both increase cultural relevance as well as to challenge all learners. And we saw these ways that teachers at PS11 were being supported to develop their units. And so we saw those units before, and then we saw them after. And again, we're sharing this with 15 to 20 different principals who are getting the opportunity to see that work in action. Again, a great way to share best practice. A couple of quick updates in regard to school admissions. So we are expecting pre-K and 3K enrollment to open soon. Kindergarten enrollment is currently closed. We haven't received updates from our central office in regard to gifted and talented programs, but we anticipate hearing soon. Our middle school application is open. That is closing March 1st. That pause on middle school screens will continue. Again, there are a couple of programs for dual language students, as well as arts-based programs that continue to have criteria. But in general, the pause on middle school screens is continuing through this fall. Oops. And then also the application for to apply to high schools, that also is due on March 1st. And so families should list up to 12 choices, not up to 12 choices. The guidance is always to list 12 choices. These are either schools and or programs. Many schools have multiple programs within them. There are screened and unscreened programs that can be listed on the child's application. The screened programs are using grades, and for some, there are also writing samples or interview or video submissions to find out what each individual school is requiring. Really requires families to go into My Schools, and then there will be information there in regard to what else might be required for a screened school if it is not just grades. Most schools are just grades. I believe there's 25 that have additional criteria. Maybe I might be off on that number. But most schools that are screened are using grades, but most of our but then there are also many, many schools and programs that are unscreened. So I did just want to take a quick moment to talk a little bit about an update on safety and wellness here in District 2. And I'd like to address some of the issues that have been most recently in the media in regard to our schools. And I wanted to start by saying that while we might come to these meetings here, the CEC meetings, and disagree about decisions and or policies regarding our education system, we are all parents, and that unites us in a general focus about the wellness of our children, especially during this pandemic when many of our children have struggled academically, socially, and emotionally. As principals, teachers, and those of us in the District 2 office, we understand the enormity of our responsibility to our school communities. We care for the children we serve very deeply, and we take issues of safety very seriously. If an incident occurs, it is thoroughly investigated. If someone raises a concern that we have not investigated properly, we launch an investigation of the investigators to review that case. Concerns about whether or not incidents are being investigated do not go by the wayside, and we don't take those concerns lightly. In our district, our principals, their leadership teams, students, and families work with our District 2 office, the Manhattan Borough office, the central office, and other city agencies to support our schools. Sometimes parents and families have concerns about their child's school, and if they do, they should engage with the school, their child's teacher, the guidance counselor, and the leadership. If families continue to be concerned, they can reach out to our District 2 office. Our family advocates work endlessly and tirelessly to support children. And if you have concerns, I'm asking you to engage with us because our PTAs, SLTs, district teams, I believe that we have the ability to work together effectively to make our schools better. And so I look forward. This is clearly, there have been challenges in our city. This is clearly a difficult time, but I do believe that we have the capabilities of addressing concerns that people might have, and we look forward to continuing to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Kelly McGuire. Our next agenda, council members, do you have questions for our superintendent?
I do.
All right, Kush.
Kelly, a few different things, if you don't mind. One, in regards to the high school, admissions process. You mentioned that there's screened schools and unscreened schools, and that some of them have additional criteria. My understanding is the ones that do have additional criteria are, like such as essays or other options, are limited to consortium schools. Would you agree with that?
No, there are additional schools that are not part of the consortium that have indicated particular, items that they're asking students who are applying to include in their application. I think that I linked to that on the presentation that I have, but there are additional schools that have chosen to include items as a part of their application.
Are there any in District 2?
I'd have to look. I don't believe so.
Bard.
Thanks,
I
Ushma.
believe-
Yeah.
I think Bard's in District 1.
Yeah.
And I think that's consortium actually, but
Bard is not part of the consortium.
fine. Do you heard our resolution regarding, do you have any concerns with the threshold for quote unquote screen schools being so low? Because it really does boil down to pretty much lottery amongst a wide range of kids, possibly as large as 2/3, but probably easily 1/2 the way that it's being done. Is that concerning to you in any way?
What do you mean by concerned? I mean,
Well-
what is it that I should be concerned about?
Well, Adams and Banks have said they want to preserve what works, restore what once worked and has been dismantled, and replicate ones that work. If there are schools that have worked because they have maintained high academic standards, as high as in the 90s, high 90s for some of them, and if you were lowering the threshold to 85 and not 85, just the best of 85, and again, we'll step through how it could be actually as low as 80, that is destroying what works, not maintaining what works.
Is there a particular question?
Yeah,
you're
the
asking
question
about
was, does that concern you?
I mean, I'll say this, is that what I have always measured both myself as a school leader by and the way in which I am measuring our principals' performance is by looking at growth. My intention is what I believe to be a truly good and excellent school is a school that takes students from wherever it is that they are at and pushes them to be better. And so that's what we are doing with our schools, regardless of where they are at. I would never say that a school in our district that struggles, that has lower performing students, is not a high quality school. Some of the leaders that are serving our highest need students are amazing and truly excellent, and blow me away every single day. And so, that's what I am concerned about. What I'm concerned about is schools that don't move kids. And that's the way that I, am working as a district leader.
My problem with that is
Councilmember Tush, I'd like to move forward unless there are other council members that have questions or specific to what Superintendent McGuire brought up during his presentation. Okay, Councilmember Neal.
Kelly, I was just wondering, the principal training and everything that you were talking about, them learning from each other, et cetera, is that something unique to District 2, or is that something that's happening across the city?
Not something that we were asked to do. It was a way that we were trying to leverage what we had to really help and develop our principals. And so I don't know exactly what's happening in other districts. I do believe that collaborative collegial learning is the best way to help to develop our schools, infusing new knowledge as well. And so that's what we were able to get started this year. And I think it's a model that we're only can continue to grow. Maybe the topics will shift that we focus on, but it's something that we're really proud of that we've gotten going so far.
Ben, would you mind if I asked a short follow-up question?
Yes, go ahead.
So one of the things we learned at the last Students in Temporary Housing Committee was that given that so many shelters in District 2 have closed, We have lost a large number of those students. That also contributes to part of the decreased enrollment in D2. Have you heard much about the move to either start further bus routes, open further family shelters in D2, et cetera, such that these students can also either return to our school or that we're able to diversify our student population?
You know, I actually had a meeting with Iris Gersten scheduled to talk about just that. We haven't had it. We've had to postpone it. But that is definitely a topic that, at the top of our discussion. I also have spoke a little bit with our Deputy Superintendent, Reggie Higgins. We have a bunch of new social workers in our district, and we really want to leverage how our social workers are working both with the entire community, but also focusing on our neediest students, including our students who are living in temporary housing.
All right, thank you, Ishma, if that was your final question. Denise Cruz, I saw your hand raised. You will have an opportunity if you're signed up for the second public speaking session to make a comment.
Public speaking, I have a question.
No, wait, during this time, you can't, we don't take public questions directly. You can, again, speak during the second public speaking session. But thank you. Our next council member, Leonard Silverman, please ask your question.
Sure. Good evening, Superintendent Kelly. Thank you for being here tonight. My question is just a follow-up to Council Member Das. You mentioned that you were very proud of our higher performing District 2 schools. Do you believe or do you have an opinion as to whether or not the admissions changes, which do in fact allow for the kids with very low performing or very low scores, whether or not that will affect those schools, whether that will have a positive, negative, or neutral effect on our higher performing district schools?
So, I mean, I guess the way that I just like to, what I want to say is I'm not trying to, and if I'm not answering your question, please just, ask it a different way or follow up on it. But, I do just want to say that some of our highest performing schools, if we're looking strictly at state exam scores, have a lot of tools that are in place to serve kids who are performing at all different levels. I can think of several of our schools that serve students who are almost entirely level 4 on the state exams. And those principals thought about how it is that they wanted to return to this year following the interrupted learning last year with blended enrolled. And so I guess what I'm saying is that they have these structures in place and thought about these structures ahead of time and are able to leverage the staff that they have to serve their students, even if their students are, not coming in as, non-readers. But basically what I'm saying is that our principals who do a really amazing job with this have thought about how it is that they're serving kids who are not at proficiency, and they have that structure in place. And so I think that, going back to what I said to Councilmember Das about valuing our leaders who are able to grow kids, regardless of where it is that they come in. I think that those school leaders are going to be able to continue to do that because they have the experience, they understand the structure, and how it is that they're using resources to advance all of their students. Is that?
So, but it does sound like you are anticipating that there will be some sort of either decline or effect in terms of the performance levels at those schools due to these proposed admissions changes.
Are you talking about middle school admissions changes, elementary school admissions changes?
No, I'm
I
talking
mean, I
about
haven't seen it.
middle school.
Oh, high school
And high school, yeah. I mean, do you anticipate that? I mean,
do I anticipate that they will have a difficult time serving all of their kids?
well, do you, I'm not trying to pin you down or anything. I'm just
No,
trying
no, it's okay.
because it does sound like it does sound like there is some sort of procedure or an acknowledgement on behalf of the leaders of this district that these admissions changes are going to have an impact, certainly in terms of the performance levels of the students, the general performance levels at some of our higher performing schools. And because of that, certain changes or new approaches need to be taken or adjustments need to be made. Is that what I understand your answer to be? I'm just looking to, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, it's okay. I mean, I think that, all principals need to adjust to whoever it is that's walking through their door, and serve the students that are in their buildings, regardless of, who they are. Yes, I think that, some schools will have to, reallocate resources. It's something that happens every single year based on, who students are, what they've experienced. One year you might have a larger number of English language learners or students with disabilities, and you have to respond to that. I know that, as a parent of eighth graders myself, I know that many schools have, they are looking at both, they're wanting greater diversity in their schools. And, right now they're like working with socioeconomic diversity, but I think that some of the schools that are, trying to capture other information about how students are thinking and the way that they're approaching problems. Those are some examples of, some work that schools have done to not only think about those students, but think about how it is that they might serve different groups of students who are coming in as in their ninth grade year. So I do think that, I do think that schools are having to respond to their kids. I think that, but I do think that they're preparing themselves to do that.
Thank you, Lynn. Daniela, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Kelly. I have one quick question. I'm going to save my questions about safety for our discussion later, but I have one question. Have you been given any rationale for two issues that I think have come up, and we asked the DOE officials this morning in our call, and there was no explanation. I thought that maybe you, as a senior leader at DOE, would know better, which in my opinion defy common sense. Why there is sibling priority for sixth graders, but not for seventh graders? Any explanation for why that was decided? And similarly, why schools are allowed to audition for children who have real talent on a language or in the arts, but not in math, in science, in writing, in reading? What is the rationale for these distinctions? I would love to know what drove DOE decision on this.
In regard to the priority for sixth graders and not seventh graders, I appreciate the note of being senior district leader, but they're more senior than me, and so they, the folks in the enrollment office are really the ones who can handle that question best. In regard to some of the programs there are dual language programs for students who do not yet speak English. And so those are the programs that are being looked at in regard to still having a screen. The screen being that you have to speak a language other than English in your home and you're not yet proficient in English. So those are the types of programs that fit under that bundle. In regard to the arts and dance and music arts related talents and the screens that exist there, many of those programs are long established with outside partner organizations. I assume that these, that the partner organizations have played a role in how it is that students have entered the school. And I think that, this is a example of how it is that, there is opportunity for the city's enrollment process to honor talent. Maybe that talent will change in the future and impact different criteria. But right now, the administration wants to highlight arts talent. And so between that and perhaps some partnerships with other organizations, that might be the reason why those programs are staying in place. I can't say entirely for sure, but I'm sure that this issue will continue to develop over time.
Thank you. I think it's a tragedy that we are choosing to honor special talents in the arts, but not in science and in other areas. And I think it is very detrimental to our city, to our economy, and to our schools, and to our students.
All right, thank you, Daniela. Chen, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Superintendent McGuire, I'll save the comments for the school safety to later, and questions about that. I did want to take a question that was posted here, that I also asked another question. One of the audience members or families posted about what would you do to help the kids who are underperforming, and I think who are struggling and who are not at a grade level proficiency. What are your steps to achieve that? You may have explained a little bit further, but can you just really point to that question? I know we're looking at lottery for middle school, and we're looking at now effectively lottery for high school. So I just wanted to just get clarification. I'm also interested, for those students who need more extra support. What will be done if they're in the classroom with, let's say students who can move faster? What will you be doing to address that? And then I have a second question.
So a couple of things. I think that number one, part of the problem that we have, that we in schools have had in regard to serving our students who struggle the most is that they haven't always had access to the best learning strategies or the best curricula. And so, there are many, many reasons why kids might be struggling academically. But what we want to do is that we want to both expose them to the absolute best curricula, but also expose them to the best instructional strategies. Because a teacher might be very proficient in one way of teaching, but not necessarily proficient in another. And we know that there are a lot of different ways to help kids get to proficiency, to help kids really grasp concepts and skills. And so I want to lead with that because oftentimes we think that kids who are struggling are somehow different than kids who are grade level performers, and they're not. They many times have not just been given the opportunity or the chance to really demonstrate their real skill and their real potential. That being said, there are programs that need to be developed, especially at the youngest children, around helping them to learn to read and develop thinking skills at a very early age. And so I just want to highlight a couple of things that we did really recently. One being that visit to PS 126, where we saw some really amazing reading instruction, instruction in phonemic awareness for kids who were in kindergarten. Those teachers were helping to build the basic supports that are going to help to propel those kids moving forward. This is not an intervention strategy for kids who are struggling. This is ensuring that kids have the skills that they need so that they can, to continue to grow and develop. So it's yes and, right? It's both things. It's providing some of those best building blocks at the start, and it is also providing really high quality instruction and different ways to help kids reach proficiency when they get older. Because our belief is that you don't move a 7th grader back to 3rd grade. You figure out new ways to help to accelerate that instruction and help to give them access to grade level content and fill in the gaps. Sometimes that might require additional supports, but generally speaking, we want to keep kids moving forward with the curriculum, not moving back.
Thank you. I won't take much more time on that topic. I think it's a rich topic and deserves a lot more time, including looking at all the things we're not doing due to constraints that have nothing to do with the children, but constraints that adults have put in, like the school day, lack of free after school supports, longer school year, and so forth. I watched Stand and Deliver recently with my son, and he got the kids to pass AP, but it took extra effort and a longer school day, weekend, summers, right? And that's like a blank piece of paper, be student centric and describe what is needed rather than saying adults telling what I can do for you because I have limited time. But moving on, but my fear, Superintendent McGuire, is that I think we've spoken here in our CEC meeting about, especially when we had G&T engagement, and that many families have traveled out of district from different districts in search of a high quality education, Black, Hispanic, Asian, white families alike, from the Bronx, from Brooklyn, from Queens, because they know the G&T programs have been very successful. They knew that the academically screened schools have been highly successful. They know the screened high schools have been highly successful. Now that we've gone lottery with them, with the middle school, now we're disguising academic screening with it's actually lottery disguise, and we take away district priority. That's one set of problems. I support students traveling anywhere, families doing the kids anywhere to go to find the best school. But I really worry that if we don't make it clear that this is not what they're going to get, and they travel from out of borough where they have an opportunity to stay closer to home without suffering, waking up really early to get down here into our district, over here to district, then that's really a disservice to our families across the city. And I think, we just need to be very clear what we are about to do, and if it's going to be, a heterogeneous learning environment, and it's not going to be for the kids who are high performing from the outer boroughs who want to come here. Let's not fool them and punish them further, because they're already disadvantaged. They're seeking something but not getting it. So that's more of a commentary, but I hope we realize what we're doing.
All right, thank you, Chen.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore.
Thank you. Councilmember Robin Kelleher, I'd seen your name. I saw your hand raised.
Thank you. Yes, and I had questions, but I really think that Daniela went above and beyond what I wanted to ask about why we were having auditions and we were trying to help children with gifts in music and dance and arts, but not trying to help children who are gifted in other areas like math and science. Just a question I think that should be asked of all DOE members and should be floated around, because it definitely seems to be helping some children and not others, and that it's a disservice to all of New Yorkers and to all children. I also echo the question about why are siblings in 6th grade helping out their younger siblings to go to the same school for ease of transport, or as the DOE claims is the reason. Whereas for seventh graders who entered their schools based on a different method of screens, why is that decision? Who made that decision, and what was the reason behind that? Because it seems pretty without logic, and it seems unfair to students and families who need to stay together for multiple reasons. And I'd like to also circle back to families and give them some clarity about that, because we haven't really gotten any answers. And I know lots of families have reached out to their principals and to the DOE, and no one has gotten an acceptable response.
Was that a question for the?
It is, but it echoes Daniela's question. So I guess Superintendent McGuire, if you can get back to families and let them know why only certain siblings work for sibling priority. Is it about an equity initiative, or is it about safety and keeping families and children together? Because you can't have both. It's like one or the other, and the way it's written right now doesn't have any logic to it.
I can definitely get a solid answer on that and make sure that I share it with the team.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. Councilmember Janey, can you have your hand raised there?
Yes, so I just want to echo what Robin Kelleher was saying. You know, the middle school admissions was changed for twins in a very logical way. If you want your twins tethered together, then they get one lottery number. If you want them to go separately, they get two lottery numbers. That makes a lot of sense. It gives the parents full choice with regards to keeping their kids together or separating. Bifurcating 6th and 7th grade seems disingenuous if the goal of providing, sibling preference is to keep family together. It just seems it doesn't seem logical. They got it right for twins. It's like it would just be a very simple solution to say, for the rest of middle school, if you have a middle school student in middle school, then your 5th grader can go to the same school. This extra level, again, to Robin's point, seems a little bit nebulous. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Janey. Are there any other council members who have a question who haven't had a chance yet to speak with Superintendent McGuire? All right. Well, thank you, Superintendent McGuire. These are tough questions, tough times. So I appreciate your candidness and your responses. Thank you. Are there any committee members or committee chairs that would like to report on their committees? Yes, Councilmember Das, please.
Yes, I'd like to announce a admissions and diversity committee meeting. We're going to hold one a week from today at 7 o'clock. If you notice, there are 3 resolutions on admissions. We intend to talk about all of them. We intend to talk about lottery numbers, how they work. Since the DOE doesn't actually want to explain how that works, we'll do it for them. And in addition to that, I've invited, like I mentioned, I had a meeting with enrollment today. I've invited them to attend. I don't know if they will or not. But my intent is to expand that to deputy chancellors, which was mentioned in Chancellor Banks mentioned it in his meeting yesterday with, I believe it was D28. He said that he welcomes such exchange and that he's willing to talk about it and willing to send his deputy chancellors to discuss admissions policies. And barring that, there's some confusion all around regarding what works. Happy to discuss the resolutions, happy to discuss lottery numbers, happy to discuss the methods for both middle school and high school enrollment. And who knows if we'll have a GMT announcement by then as well.
Thank you,
Oh,
Council.
I'm sorry. One addition. In addition to that, I don't know if people realize the high school resolution. There are similar resolutions being introduced at CCHS and District 20, as I mentioned, and we are intending to have them be. It'll be a committee event. We're going to have intend to invite them as co-hosts, and yeah, and District 20 also has a middle school resolution analogous to ours. So we are inviting them as well as co-hosts with the intent to make it have a rather broad borough appeal and hopefully high attendance.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Das, for organizing a committee meeting on these very important topics. I know they've been well attended in the past. Thank you. Are there any other council members who want to share a committee, share a report from their committees? Okay, so we'll move on to the next, the discussion item number 8, discussion of resolutions. The first resolution calling for optional use of masks at New York City DOE schools, resolution 187A. Do the sponsors, would they like to discuss the resolution, or other council members? Do you have questions for them? Yes, Len?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk very briefly about this resolution. First, I just want to remind the parents that are out there that we as a CEC really do not have any authority in terms of whether or not we can compel or require students to wear masks. Ultimately, the governor will be the person making that decision. That being said, personally, I would love to not have my child wear a mask. I hate the concept of masks. I do agree that it really can be an impediment in certain cases, especially with social emotional learning with very young kids. However, that being said, I will not be supporting this resolution. As an elected member of this CEC, having served as a PTA president and in my other capacities, I felt it's important to represent the consensus of this district. And I think it's very clear that on this particular issue, there is no consensus. I think our parents are divided. And that division extends not only throughout District 2, but also to the entire city of New York. And I can tell you, having served on that, or serving on the Chancellor's Parent Advisory Council as well, that and with this resolution, which calls for a change in masking policies for the entire city, there is very strong opposition on and opinions on both sides of this issue. So I feel that since there's no consensus here, I can't support this. I don't think using the word optional really solves the problem or provides comfort to parents who are concerned about their children being exposed to other kids and maybe bringing something home, or issues involving immunocompromised children. But again, and I think that based on the fact that there's no consensus, I can't support this resolution.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Neal, yes?
Thank you. I will not repeat many of the valid points that Len said, and especially indicating that we have no control over this. I did see that Governor Hochul has rescinded the mask mandate for most public spaces, but not on public transit and schools, and that's likely to come. She has signaled that that's likely to come later in February. As many speakers have already noted, we are not public health experts. However, for someone who works at a cancer hospital, we are all still masked. We are committed to it. Our surgeons, I even wear them for hours upon hours a day. There's nothing wrong with it. We remain with a group of children in New York City between ages 5 and 11 that are only 36% vaccinated. So we cannot rely on the vaccines to provide the kind of protection to all of the children. There will still be transmission, et cetera, et cetera. I've made all of these points before. The time is coming soon. It is not now. And the references cited in the resolution also are not appropriate for supporting the points that you are making. So I will also not be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. Councilmember Broshi, you have your hand.
I've come under scrutiny from a lot of the members of this council because of the belief that my worldview doesn't represent the majority of the parents of District 2. If that is the contention, if deferral to the majority of the families in District 2 is the litmus test by which we decide which resolutions and positions to support, there has been nothing to convince me that most families in District 2 support mask optional. We heard from a fraction of people tonight. Your friends are not representative of the 30,000 families in District 2. And I mean, we've talked about like doing surveys about this and that. So I don't know, where's the survey about that families don't want masking? There's just nothing to convince me that nothing but a fringe number of people think that masking should be optional. This is one of those issues where it's not, sometimes it's the aggregate that matters, not the individual choice. So we don't say, oh, we have a number of vaccines that are mandated because we understand that it requires a large number of people to be effective, and masks are the same way. It's not about letting an individual parent decide what impact, what's good for everybody. It has to be done en masse. And finally, I mean, the experts you cited in the resolution, while they may have the pedigree of certain universities, Great Barrington Declaration is a joke. And all of those experts are jokes. And it's shameful that they go out and create, spread misinformation, and shame on you for all falling for it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Broshi. Councilmember Daniela Egorov, please.
Thank you. I want to address what Len said because I respect so much his opinion, but I have to disagree on this one. We cannot wait for consensus. It is unfair now that if some families wanted to be masked and some do not want, we're imposing this, right? On the families who do not want to be masked. If it is optional, then you have an extra protection, but then the families who are suffering, and I am one of them, I have a pre-K student who is delayed in learning his ABCs. He does not have more time to learn and to be ready for kindergarten. And the masks does have a huge impact. And this should not be related to vaccine rates for children, because children already have a much higher protection from COVID, even without vaccines. So those things should not be. And I keep asking, when is going to be the time? When I presented this resolution before Omicron, everybody said, oh, the Omicron wave is coming. It came, it left. When is going to be the time that our children can have regular, normal school and look at their faces? And finally, I'm just going to repeat one more thing that I said when I presented the resolution first. The only people who are required to wear masks in our society today are the powerless, are the service workers, are our children. People with power are not required to wear a mask all the time today in places where they work, where they go have a restaurant. And the irony of children have to wear at school, cannot have like talk to their friends during lunch, and then they leave, they go to a restaurant, then they can all eat together. It makes no sense. It defies common sense. It defies any logic.
Thank you, Councilmember Daniela. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, do you have your hand raised?
Thank you for being recognized. I am listening to a lot of parents tonight, and I have received emails as well as many other council members from parents voicing their opinions on both sides. However, the vast majority of families that have spoken out against this resolution really states to the fact that we are not in an endemic. So I think that this resolution and the option to wear a mask for those that feel comfortable not wearing a mask anymore among the masses should be able to do so once we're at that point of being in an endemic, steady rate. This resolution was actually brought forth in the fall. I know you guys have amended quite a bit and included a lot of links, and that came from a toolkit that was very misleading. The data and research that I pulled from your resolution, I think a doctor earlier said it perfectly, was cherry-picked. A lot of the other data that related to the research that you quoted left out portions of the fact that vaccines and other measures were to be upheld in order for this to actually work, as far as kids not wearing masks in school. Without a vaccine mandate, without even 100% universal testing mandate at this point, meaning there's many families that have chosen to not vaccinate, not get their child tested. And I believe that a lot of these same families are the ones that no longer want to wear the masks, is very unfair to the many families that are disenfranchised, the Black and Brown community that have been affected by this pandemic and continue to suffer from the death in our families, is very detrimental, way more detrimental than the children that I see not having a care in the world to wear these masks. And I have a student with a disability that takes speech therapy. And in fact, these past 2 years that he has worn a mask, one, it hasn't been an issue for him. And two, he's actually grasped reading in a phenomenal way. So there's been much progress. And I'd like to at least acknowledge the fact that this is not the risk far weighs out the harm that you are saying that imposes on these kids, which your data and research does not show, but data and research does.
Lupe, you're muted. Lupe, you're muted.
I guess someone muted me, but I had just finished my lesson.
Okay.
I said that masks work. The research and data shows that masks work, and the research and data provided in this resolution that claimed it didn't was not sufficient at all.
Thank you, Councilmember Lupe Hernandez. Councilmember Chen Kwok, please.
Oh, and Ben, can you make this a co-host, please? I'm unable to do a lot of things on this laptop in order to do that.
All right. I thought I'd made you co-host earlier. How did that happen?
Yeah, if I can start. First of all, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm an I believe in anti-mandates. We shouldn't have mandates at this point based on the data. My point about presenting this resolution, whether it passes or not, really, I wanted to share some of the data that many families probably don't get, or because of the media coverage has been very one-sided. The media slandered, and even the leadership of the current administration, the health leaders have slandered a lot of the health experts who have raised questions, and reasonable questions, about the policies and the science that these leaders have been basing it on. It's very clear that there is risk stratification by age group and by health and comorbidities. You cannot deny that. That is not cherry picking. We have 2 years of full data that I've shown. It's directly from the CDC. Am I cherry picking CDC? Are you doubting the American Association of Pediatrics? These are all from those very sources. The information about flu deaths for pediatrics compared to COVID deaths of pediatrics in 12 months of the worst flu season resulted in more pediatric deaths from flu than the 24 months that we've lived in the pandemic for children dying from COVID. And it's not just dying, it's the hospitalization and the severe illness. Before and after the vaccine, before and after people use masks, and when there's mask mandates, there have not been 100,000 kids dying or on ICU as Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor had thought. How can a Supreme Court justice get it so wrong? You want to talk about false data? She got some false data. She got injected with a big dose of it. So, and finally, we're talking about focused protection on those vulnerable. We're not saying other people don't matter, but we should not sacrifice one child for another's child when we know that there are also detrimental impact of masking. Some of you, luckily, your children who have not been impacted, but it is the low income and disadvantaged families who don't have the means to have special doctors, specialists to remediate or to help them. And also, only six states now have a mask mandate out of the 50 states. And we are the only country that has masks under 5 years old. If you want to talk about people who are fringe, who are not listening to science and reason, think about us, because we're the only state out of very few and only country who have such a thing. So think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Is there a council member who hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? Yes, Councilmember Das, please.
Hi. I don't want to take too much time, but I appreciate what Chen and Daniela are trying to do. I would love to support it. I just want to. I will likely be abstaining on this. And I just wanted to point out why. I don't want to belabor the issue, but I agree mostly with Len. I find it uncomfortable. I find it not only uncomfortable for us to weigh in on matters of medical policy and public health policy. In my personal opinion, I think there should be a vaccine mandate, and then this would make the mask issue moot. But I think if we're lucky, we barely get to move the needle on educational issues. I think there's no one listening to us on this matter. And not only are they not listening, I think the more we advocate for these issues, I think it dilutes our educational advocacy and the ability for people to listen to us on these other matters. So I do feel for Daniela. I do understand the point that it may affect young kids and their learning ability. I kind of agree with that. I actually kind of agree it leads to I actually believe that there's a hand in this and the violence issues as well. But I just don't think it's up to us, and it's going to matter, and it weakens us in other areas. And on top of that, I mean, there are people that have voted for me. I get my phone. Last time this happened, my phone blew up with people equally harassing me, saying that, not harassing me, that's the wrong word, equally upset that I should have done the right thing and voted for it, and equally saying that D2 would be a laughing stock that if we voted it. And
can I just say something to that really quickly? That question about we're voting what our constituents want. I believe so, and I believe that the people who voted me in, I stated my positions very clearly. But this is a new area, and I think it's a responsibility of leaders who have a view on certain things that are important to the community to get out ahead of it and try to calm the community with facts and data, and not let fear mongering rule the day. We have to be rational and look at the data. That's what I'm trying to present here. And I think Danielle is the same way.
And I got a whole pile of other data from different sources.
Well, that's the whole point, right? Because we have different opinions by experts. So who is right? But the only one view is being dominant throughout. So I want families
to view from the
data.
From the CDC.
It's the same data. Look at the first 2, 3 whereases. Those are direct from the CDC. Are you a CDC? Are you doubting the CDC?
But, I am doubting this. All right, listen, I'm.
What did the CDC say today, Mr. Kwok? That they do not support pulling masks.
Please, Denise Cruz, you will have an opportunity to speak in the public speaking session.
I was just going to say that CDC just announced today that they disagree with pulling masks from schools. They do not agree. They do not think it's the right time to lift masks from schools, and that was issued today by the CDC.
I would. It was my floor.
Yes, I would like to move on. I will give the sponsors an opportunity to respond. since they wrote the resolution.
I just
Yes,
finished? 'Cause I
Daniela,
looked
but
at
then I would, after, unless there are any other new council members that would like to speak, you didn't finish, Councilmember Das, you were interrupted, so you can go first and then we'll move to Daniela.
I would just say, I think the one resolution that I did vote for, and I think had wider council support, was one where we agreed. I do think there's a discrepancy between how kids are treated and adults. I think if we can if we can suggest a resolution in agreeing with the CDC or agreeing with a larger organization, or the DOE could match something more closely, that was a resolution that did well in our council. This I have a different issue with, as I think does Len.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Das. Yes, Councilmember Daniela, please.
My last comment, we know that the teacher union has helped CDC write guidance. So I'm not surprised that they again said the mask should be in schools. New York is going to be one of the last states that are now, I believe, only 6 states that still have a mandate for masks in schools. We're going to be the last ones, and we're on the wrong side of this issue.
Thank you, Councilmember.
May I speak? Does a rebuttal of some of the
If you have new information that you'd like to share.
So what I didn't say before was that there's 45 states again who don't have a mandate anymore. Connecticut, New Jersey, and even California has dropped their mandate. So think about that. Why are we such an outlier? The other part is in terms of support. The council received 22 emails in support of 187A, and I don't know them. I know maybe 1 or 2 of those people. So they're not my friends. I don't have that many friends. So for better or worse. So it's not that it's overwhelmingly whether it's not. And I also wanted to make sure that we bring this into the public to speak about it, because with our cancel culture, people are afraid to speak about this, and will be called all kinds of names like Councilmember Boshi does. So so I make it's even more important as leaders that we bring this to light, lower the fear factor, bringing data from experts at CDC who collected the data for influenza and for COVID deaths and illnesses, and also look at the European data and look at around the world what other people are doing, other developed countries are doing. The UK dropped a mask mandate, most of Europe never had kids in school with masks. WHO, do you trust WHO? The World Health, don't they supersede the CDC? They never wanted kids to have masks who are under 5 and only recommended masks only when necessary. So who do you believe, the WHO or politically appointed people at CDC? Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Chen. I would just like to make an additional comment
very
myself.
last comment.
I would ask Chen, I'd like to finish.
List all the death.
Whoever is who's ever muting council members, if you do not stop, I'm going to try to find out who that is and remove you from the council, because that is not appropriate. It happened once to Lupe and now it happened to Chen, and that is not appropriate. And we will not stand for this. And I will find out whether from Zoom we can get a log and find out who has done that, because I will no longer stand for someone muting a council member, period.
Get the data from DOE on the incidence of children getting really sick and dying. Get the data. PS 111, ask the principal last PTA meeting, how many kids have died or have serious illness over the past 2 years? 0.
And can we move
Ask
on,
each school.
please?
Yeah. We want to lower the fear factor here. Thank you.
Lupe, yes, you spoke earlier.
It's not about the resolution. I'm sorry. I was just going to suggest, I don't think we have the setting where it seems like everyone's able to mute and unmute themselves and others. I don't know if the usual setting that we typically have where we have to allow them to unmute has been implemented, but I think that might be best.
All right, I triggered that off. You're right.
Thank you. Okay, no problem.
All right. I'd like to make one final comment on Resolution 187A. On March 1st, 2020, I've said this before, I sent a message then to President Ahmad Marin of the council, and I tried to round up, and we spent a week trying to convince CECD2 to advocate for our council to be responsive to this pandemic. And it took till March 5th, I think it was March 15th, when they finally decided to close schools. Now, that's a different argument whether that was worthwhile or not, but we did not know at that time what was coming. What we do know at this time is that we had gone through Omicron, and Omicron, we did not know where we were a month ago. And I did vote against unmasking at that time. But right now, I cannot look at the big elephant in the room, and that is we have kids facing social emotional issues. And I cannot stand here idly by and hearing from school after school after school of either violence or kids with real issues. And part of that is the mask, and we cannot just, it's not just magic. We cannot just put social workers and try to convince them, try to get them to improve the situation when it's there. The mask is there, and it's contributing to the problem. I've been on panels where we've discussed this issue of how we're failing our children with social emotional needs. And we have, all right, time is up, but I'd like to move on, but I will be voting in favor of 187A. Next resolution 188, in support of changing the name of PS 11 to honor Sarah J. Garnett. The authors of the sponsors of the resolution, please weigh in if you have anything, or do we have any council members? Do you have any questions for the sponsors of the resolution? All right, Councilmember Das, you have a question? Yes. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I made a suggestion to Ushma. I think she passed it along to Robin Broshi. I just think the resolution should state why the name is being changed. I understand that the kids probably covered it. I didn't hear one of the kids very well. I don't know if that was my connection or hers. But regardless, for those who are reading it afterwards, I think it lacks that context. I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Does an author, does a co-sponsor or sponsor want to respond to that?
Nope.
Lupe, yes, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate the students and thank them for their time, their energy. And I understood very clearly, I think between the 3 or 4 students that was able to present tonight, or at least use that public speaking time to share how they came about with this change, was very clear in answering Kush's question. So I'm all supportive and very happy to help these kids engage in their democracy, a true democracy, I will say, and I appreciate that they were able to share that with us.
Councilmember Neal?
Fully support the resolution. Can I just mention, somebody just texted me that they were removed from the meeting. So in addition to muting people, I don't know whether or not that was done in error, but let's please consider how we set the controls for this meeting going forward. So all I wanted to say is somebody's going to try and get back in.
All right, I haven't seen the name join. Oh, well, please ask them to join again. Sometimes people do get dropped by accident. Are there any other council members? Ushma, or whoever the sponsors are, I do have a question. There are 2 questions actually. One, procedurally, I was able to dig up the chancellor regulation on name changes because I believe this has to get out by March. Was the previous was the family of the previous name of the school, or the family that the school PS11 is named for were they contacted? Because that's part of the chancellor regulation. If there was an attempt made, would you know that?
And can you cite the part of that chancellor reg? Because I mean, there are lots of schools that aren't named after people. So if like PS4, like if Chelsea Prep wanted to change its name, who would they contact?
In this case, I think William T. Harris is long dead.
Yeah, but is there family?
I'd invite
Principal. Can we make an exception to let Principal Bender speak? Because he says that that they did contact the next of kin.
Yes, I'd like to hear that. Yes.
Okay, so can you unmute Mr. Bob Bender, please?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, according to the regulations, we are required to do our best effort to contact next of kin to both William T. Harris and any next of kin to the proposed name change. We were able to contact the great-great-grandchild of William T. Harris and also the great-great-granddaughter of Sarah J. Garnett. So yes, they were both notified and extremely excited about the process, and even more excited that the process came from the kids. That will all be included in the package sent to the chancellor.
Okay. I just have one other issue. Maybe Robert Bender, maybe Principal Bender, maybe you can just, since we're trying to follow this regulation, and I'm pulling it up right now, given that Councilmember Broshi would like the chancellor regulation, but I believe in order for this to go forward, Superintendent Kelly McGuire has to present it. And in order to do this properly, should he be presenting this to our council, or is it to the chancellor? I'm just a little unclear about that.
Do you mind if I speak to that then?
Yeah, go.
Okay, and Jennifer can fill in. Jennifer Greenblatt from District 2 can fill that in any holes too. But it is my understanding that I present that to the chancellor.
Okay. All right, great. Because I just I've never seen, well, being on the council, this is the first time that I've come across this. So I was quite taken that that you could. Part of the process is that you contact the family of the previous named for the school, and I think that's fantastic that the school took the time to try to reach out to that family. All right, and I see Leonard Silverman has his hand raised. Councilman Silverman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for those of you who are interested, I know that I actually looked at this before this resolution, the PS11 post special digital edition, winter 2021, has a whole article on this that explains the process that the school went through. So if anyone's interested, I would just refer them to that, which you can just Google online, just type PS11 name change. And if you're interested in more information, I think you can find out more looking at that article.
Okay. Len, if you have the link, if you can post it in the chat, that would be great as well. And just so it's known that the regulation of the chancellor on this one is A860. Okay. You have your hand raised still, Len? Is there anything else you wanted to? No. Okay. All right, the next resolution is Resolution 189, Middle School Sibling Priority. Are there any council members with questions and concerns or would like to discuss this with the sponsors of the resolution? Councilmember Broshi?
Yeah, this isn't part of my decision making. I just wanted to answer a question Danielle asked earlier. I believe the reasoning for why it's extended to 6th grade and not 7th grade is because 7th graders were admitted via screens. And I think there's this idea of it, you know, there was never sibling priority under screens, because the idea was that, you know, in a system of academic screening, students were saying our stated values are being the DOE. The DOE's stated values is that students are being admitted based on academic merits. And so the idea of to whom to extend sibling priority, I think there was just more comfort about extending it to siblings of students that weren't admitted by screens than there is by students who were admitted by screens, because of it seems, I guess it seemed, my suspicion is that it seemed unfair for siblings of screened children to have an advantage just because their older sibling was admitted by screens. Now, I agree that still seems inconsistent if the stated priority is, you know, putting families together. So I'm not disputing that there's an inconsistency there, but just to what the possible reasoning is, that is my suspicion of what the reason, what the thinking was in DOE. Whether you think that's compelling or not is up to you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Daniela?
Siblings, when they test for GNT for kindergarten, they do have a priority. They do not, if you have a sibling at GNT school, you do not need to test as well as the first child. So there has been already, even with screens, there was a concern about keeping families together. And so there is no logic for this differentiation now. And I would like to ask more comfort to whom, Robin? Not to the families. To DOE, maybe bureaucracy, but not to the family.
All right, Councilmember Doss? You have your hand raised, then Jennifer Greenblatt after that.
I'll let Jennifer and Ushma speak first.
Okay.
So Robin sort of answered the question. Priority is never given to a student in the terminal grade, which would be 8th. So that knocks that out. 7th grade students were admitted based on a screen. And they felt that giving priority to families when a student was admitted on a screen would be unfair. And because families in 6th grade were admitted randomly last year, they felt, and again this year will be, they felt that was the appropriate thing to do. So priority was given based on randomness, not based on a screen.
Councilmember Neal, thank you, Jennifer.
No, it's okay, Kaush, you can go first.
Okay, well, I mean, I would say the resolution actually states why it was done. I actually find several of the statements actually incorrect. Sarah Kleinhender answered this question similar to many different parents, and she's quoted in the resolution. It says to help preserve this, it actually just quotes, it actually states that, to paraphrase, she's actually praising the diversity plan of the randomness of it. It's very clearly stated, and assigning a greater good to that than kids who have gotten in with screens. I can read the whole thing, but it's in the third whereas of the resolution, and she's answered this same way to many different families. So I disagree slightly with what was said. I do agree 8th grade is a non-issue. I think it is assigning a good to random students who got in through random lottery that is not deserved, and that is a big issue with what many of the co-authors have with this policy.
Jennifer Greenblatt, did you want to respond? You have your hand raised.
Apologies, that was from before. I'll lower.
And Councilmember Neal?
Hi, I didn't want to violate open meeting law, so I did just communicate over the last few days with the resolution authors. As a parent with kids at 3 different schools for the last couple of years, I feel this in my bones. I feel this in trying to navigate different PTA meetings, drop-offs, all of that. I actually really agree with all of the therefore be it resolved clauses. I think this is something that is overdue. I would love to see it. However, as I noted to the resolution drafters, I did not agree with 2 of the whereas clauses, and I wouldn't be able to sign my name and give approval to this overall, though I believe in the spirit of what you're trying to say. And I would ask again, if there is any consideration for removing the 2 whereas clauses about the perception that the DOE is anti-Asian. If that is something that you believe in, please bring it up separately, and or there was already the letter to support Asian students. And I think you might end up with an almost unanimous vote here. I couldn't support this particular resolution, though I do, by and large, agree with the sentiment that there should be sibling priority, especially for middle school.
Are there any other council members who would like to speak on resolution 189?
I mean, I would respond to Ushma, but I
Yes.
suspect Chen might want to first, but I don't know if he's around. All right, I'll put in my 2 cents worth. I suspect you might feel similarly. Ushma, I hear what you're saying. There was a version written this without, but quite honestly, I feel and I've mentioned this many times before, I feel the anti-Asian sentiment palpable in many DOE policies, and in both overtly and what's unsaid. I've been on record many times saying that they often say white and Asians when the rhetoric for just white doesn't work, which is frequently happens in specialized schools, happens in G&T, and it happens here in middle schools. And since DOE Representative Sarah Kleinhender is specifically quoted for attributing this to diversity, it also reads as, we don't want too many of those people at these schools. And that is code for Asians. And I will call it out whenever I see it. And I believe fellow Councilmember Kwok feels similarly. I don't know, probably has another issue. And many of those words are actually his, that were also quoted in an editorial.
I understand you both. Sorry, Ben, might I reply really quickly? I will keep it short. I understand you feel that way. I think it belongs in either a separate resolution or somewhere else. It does not actually bolster your point, and nor is it something that is referred to in the therefore be it resolved. I think it makes a stronger resolution without those 2 whereas clauses towards being something that might get adopted by other CECs that can build on this sentiment without those 2 clauses.
I think other CECs may choose to delete them. I know that D20 has maintained those clauses.
All right, Councilmember Kelleher and then Councilmember Sim. Thank you.
Thank you. I question why any siblings would be treated differently. Why a sibling who got in through lottery, which is random, would be given priority over a sibling who got in through merit. It almost seems like we're punishing siblings who got in through merit in screens. And is that the message we want to send? That because they got in by hard work, that it doesn't count, and that randomness is more important? Because I know the following year, 7th grade will matter. least according to the way it's written right now. And I question what message that sends to our children. I know I have a 7th grader at Lab Middle School, and I have a 5th grader. And it's kind of confusing to them they probably won't end up in the same school together. And my 7th grader worked really hard to get into Lab Middle School and had wanted to go there since he was in 2nd grade. A lot of older friends who went there, and we're talking about gaining back those years we lost from the pandemic, and yet we're saying that siblings who worked hard shouldn't be with their brothers or sisters. That just doesn't feel right or seem right. Seems kind of punitive.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. Councilmember Janey. Yes.
Let me just start the timer. I agree with Ushma's sentiments about the resolution. I do think it would be stronger without the points that she mentioned. But having said that, I will still vote yes for the mere fact that I want to show support for the council members who work tirelessly and are very passionate about it. It's not ideal, but I think I can still go with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Janey. Unless there are any other comments, I'd like to move on to Resolution 190.
So can I just ask, is that final then? This is the resolution as it stands. The authors do not want to amend it at all?
I'm willing to wait to ask when Chen gets back, but without his approval, I won't amend it.
Sorry, I'm back. I have to take care of the kids. I've been listening in, but yeah, what was there a question for me?
The question was, would we be willing to amend this document to take out, I think 2 or 3 of the anti-Asian whereases? And I said my piece. I think you know my feelings on the matter.
Yeah. With all due respect, Ushma, I know you reached out and I heard you. And believe it or not, I do respect your views. I think you're very centrist and balanced. For this resolution, there are a lot of families throughout the city, Asian families, who've been hurt by the DOE for the past 8 years, if not more. Just because low-income immigrant families who have shown that they can achieve and they break a lot of narratives, have been victimized and taunted and accused of many different things. And now this is like a slap in the face, like in the dark. It's not visible, but it's there. Like, oh, you cannot, because Asians are disproportionately in these programs based on even city or by the education population. And for, there are a lot of people who talk about disparate impact automatically proving racism or discrimination. I don't buy that. I look at intent or multiple factors to really show what's the root cause. But the de Blasio administration have been very clear. Chancellor Carranza had been very clear. Misha Porter, I heard saying that specialized high school students who got in, they're not our children. Our children need to get in. Means that Asian students are not valued, not wanted. And this is just another example of it. It's not, you don't see it, nobody really notices it because we're the smallest minority of the minority groups. But I am here, I've been voted in, and I'm going to speak for the Asian families who have been vilified by past administration, and I hope not by this current administration, and that's why I'm standing up against it, putting that in. That's why I co-wrote an editorial op-ed about this. It might seem like a small issue, but it was very symbolic, actually. We can't let that go. I'm sorry. So I hope you understand where I'm coming
from. Thank you, Councilmember Chen. I see 2 hands raised, and after these 2 hands, I'd like to move on. Councilmember Broshi.
Yeah, thank you. This isn't directly related to this discussion other than that a member of our public is unable to listen to the discussion. I posted in the chat an error message a member of our public has gotten that he's been permanently removed from being able to log into this session. And as you said, Ben, I think this is really serious. It says it's a host. I assume it means a host or a co-host. It wasn't me. And it really needs to be addressed.
All right, well.
They're unable to come back in either. It says that they've been removed permanently. So unfortunately, unless we rectify the situation, they're unable to join.
Well, for the time being, please let them join on our live stream. You know, I can't fix that at the moment. Councilmember Janey, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, so I don't know, Chen, if you heard me when I was speaking. You know, I think that I support the resolution, most of it. You know, I do think that it will be more powerful. You know, I get your point, but I think it's more powerful elsewhere. But having said that, if you leave it in, I will still vote for it for the sheer fact that I support you guys.
Thank you, Jane. I was a council member. Said I was referring to what Ushma had communicated to me about her concerns about the resolution. So I was really addressing what Ushma, and I thought she had a question. So sorry about that.
I did. I think it's just, I hear you. I just feel like this passion could be best channeled elsewhere and leaving this purely as a resolution about sibling priority. But I made my point.
But it's not. It's literally in Ms. Kleinhandler's statement in diversity. It's rooted.
I'd like to move on because it's
rooted
already
in the code.
it's 9:50. It's 9:50, and I think every council member has had an opportunity to weigh in on this topic that desires to, unless there are any new council members who want to say something. Okay, Lupe.
Oh, and I don't know what I did there on accident. I just want to reiterate, because I don't think Chen heard why Janie spoke again. I mean, I felt like Ushma, as far as it was a possibility that I would have supported this resolution, but if you're unable to take out the two whereases, unfortunately, I don't read in the diversity initiative the alienation of Asian Americans. That's not how I interpret it. Not to say that your interpretation of it is wrong. I'm not saying that. However, I think that the resolution would probably be a lot stronger if left out.
All right, thank you. Next resolution is Resolution 190, calling for high schools to prioritize in-borough student applicants. Are there any questions from council members?
This is one where it might be helpful if I generally prefer to go at the end, but it might be helpful if I go first here.
Sure.
I said I would step through the explanation. If I may share my screen.
Oh, Councilmember Das, we'll have to motion for an amendment to the to vote to amend this.
Oh, is that done at this time?
No, it's done when we vote, but
that's fine. What I'm presenting is the spreadsheet that is there in a just a different format. There,
you may need to explain the amended resolution.
Again, is that done at this time?
I believe so. Jennifer Greenblatt?
Or that's a parliamentarian first.
Or parliamentarian, yeah.
I can do either.
I'll defer to Jennifer.
But you want to amend the resolution?
Yeah, but you could.
You can amend it now.
Do it now. Yeah.
Is there another time you'd rather do it?
No, this is fine.
No, go right ahead.
Okay, the changes are mostly minor. Well, two of them are minor and one is a little bit more major. I want to change the name. It was just a working name and I was focused more on the content. I'd like to change the name to Resolution to Change Admissions Policy and High School Rubrics. I also made the resolution 191A because it has been amended. One of the whereases was was factually incorrect. and to separate it into two. Say, whereas what is being presented as a screened admissions process is not a screen, but effectively a lottery. Whereas this lottery has a very low cutoff threshold of 85 GPA or even lower. Individual subject grades can be as low as 65 to 75, even though students may choose their highest grade among several marking periods. See appendix. Even adjusting for COVID-19, this threshold is significantly lower than the 95 to 99 GPAs and subject grades with which many schools have historically filled seats. It's just a lot clearer, more accurate. If I may, at this time, just flip to the, since we're on the topic, to the spreadsheet, which I'd also like to amend. This is just no major change, it's just formatically nicer. I wanted to point out that here you have a student one who has a high GPA of 98. He is equated with a student who has almost failed a class. He is equated with a student who has almost failed a class twice. Sorry, two different classes, I should say. And those are near failures. And a student who has received a 65. Both the third and fourth examples are a GPA of 80. And this would all put all students in group one, from a 98 to an 80, with, in this example, one failure, one very near failure, and two other near failures. And conversely, in group two, we have students who have 85 to 89 GPAs who would not make the cutoff threshold in group one. It's just, I don't know, on top of that, those who follow statistics at all, it's a questionable method of doing it, period. Usually you talk about numbers and you talk about median, means, and you throw out outliers. If you want to give kids the benefit of the doubt, you usually throw out the low outliers and keep the high. This is the exact opposite statistical method. It's not a statistical method. You've chosen to keep only the high outliers and base your decision on that. I don't know who made this policy, but it is not sound math in any means, nor is it achieving what I think is desired, which is giving kids the benefit of the doubt. Because of COVID, it's just creating a gigantic first bucket that many of the students will fall into, thereby effectively making this a lottery, not a screen, a lottery masquerading as a screen. And then for the presentation, and then some other amendments. They revolve around specialized high school. And to the last, whereas, meanwhile, there is no alternative option for high academically achieving students seeking admission to academically challenging programs. Whereas District 2 has sent a high proportion of its 8th grade students to specialized high schools. Due to the late timing of high school admissions process this year, decisions on non-specialized high schools will be required a month after the specialized high school offers are made. As a result, students delaying decision on the specialized high schools and ultimately deciding on a non-specialized high school may result in unfilled seats at specialized high schools, which do not have waitlists currently. And there's an associated, therefore, be it resolved with that, and that is CECD2 requests that all the specialized high schools admit the maximum number of students possible for the 2022-23 admissions cycle, and the DOE establishes a waitlist for specialized high schools that expires in October after the final enrollment numbers are due. This is basically to maximize choice. Again, I remind council that 18% of our 8th grade students did not receive a high school offer from the top 12 choices last year.
Are there any questions for Councilmember Das on, I guess, this resolution 191A, the amended resolution, which
and it's not, I'm having a hard time pasting this. Are we okay with me pasting this just slightly formatically nicer Excel spreadsheet and what we have in there? I assume that's not an issue.
we can make a motion to vote on this to make the changes for this, and then we can.
I'll make a motion to accept the amended changes.
I'll second that motion.
And one other thing. Were we supposed to be presenting 191 or 190?
We're supposed to do 190, but we'll go back to that.
Okay, apologies.
You skipped ahead.
Apologies. This is 191. Just to make clear, we're all dealing with 191. We did skip 190, which is related.
Yeah. Janie, can you, I guess we can vote by hand for.
Well, no, can we just, guys, it's easier. So
Okay.
we're voting on the amendment for resolution 191A, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yay, nay, or abstain? Robin Broshi?
Abstain.
Okay. Kush?
Yes.
Daniela?
Yes.
Lupe?
Abstain.
Robin Kelleher?
Yes.
Chen Kwok?
Yes.
Benjamin Morton?
Yes.
Ushma Neal?
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman?
Yes.
Lily Wu?
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes to for the 191A.
May I ask a question? On this?
Who?
Me? To the council?
Okay.
Can I ask why abstain on an amendment? I understand why you wouldn't vote.
Kushik Das, I would just rather we stick to the resolution.
Fine.
Because it's 10 o'clock at night. Are there any more questions to resolution 191A? Okay, let's, I can't, can you unshare your screen? Because I can't see.
Well, do you want to present 190 as well? Then I can unshare.
All right, unless there was someone with questions, I can't see.
Okay, I can stop then.
All right, there are no hands. Okay, so can we, Lupe, yes?
It's not about the resolution, but members should not be threatening people of the public to remove them. And we do have a committee as far as removing people that need to be, but we should communicate before threatening public members that we're going to remove them. So I think that should stop.
Point of order, can I just ask who was threatening who?
I want to allow the council member that might be doing it to actually present themselves.
There's 3 people that have contacted us that a specific council member told them that they would be removed based on their chat comments. And we have screenshots, so perhaps you'd like to share what your reasoning was.
All right, can we bring this up under new business? Because I'd like to finish the resolution.
Really, Ben, this is
Yeah,
more.
no, yes, I'd like to finish the
more
resolutions. We can
important
bring this up during new business.
Than kicking
No,
members
no.
of. Okay, if I did this when I was running a meeting, you guys would have stormed the castle. So if you want to ignore this, that's fine.
No,
But,
I'm not going to ignore this. I'm going to bring this up during new
hypocrisy
business.
can be pointed in
Thank you very much,
directions.
Councilmember Broshi, but I'm going
And
to bring
my
this up during
interruption
new business.
isn't worse than threatening to remove members of the public. And one of our council members is sitting here smiling smugly, knowing that they are the one that did this.
Right.
That's disrespectful to you, Ben Morton. That should be your concern.
All right.
Yes, they did think
I've
it
heard
was
many
you, Ben.
comments from you during our councils. I'd like to move on. Resolution 190, calling for high schools to prioritize in borough student applicants. Councilmember Das, did you want to speak to that or do?
I can, if you want to, again. May I share screen again?
Yes.
We've discussed this matter before in councils, but basically, again, the main issue is under the previous administration, district priority was dropped. And there was no borough priority given in that I think none of the schools had borough priority previously. and they were not granted that instead. Again, I think this was due to a quote unquote diversity initiative, which again, I will have, I have Asian issues with, but are not mentioned in this resolution. But in any case, several, it's, you know, at the end of the day, 18% of our district's 2 students receive none of their top 12 choices. It's a number that speaks for itself. It's higher than anywhere else. And it also puts our kids at a disadvantage versus other boroughs. There are other boroughs do enjoy borough priority for at least a selection of their schools, or they have zone schools, which I think we have neither. And it clearly meant penalize Manhattan and District 2, I think specifically. I think that was the intent of the previous administration, and I intend to highlight it to the current administration. And yeah, it references other resolutions we've passed in more extent. And it basically asks for ideally a reinstatement of district priority, and feeling that a borough priority. I would also add that we also again insist that this can still be done for the current admission cycle, and we would like to request the data for how this the data of where students are originating from. Because once they are in 9th grade, we lose that granularity of where they're actually coming from, and that would be important in understanding this and combating this, but I think it's intentionally obfuscated by the DOE.
Are there any questions regarding Resolution 190? All right. I guess then we'll move on. Councilmember Kelleher, you raised discussion on public school safety, and Council Daniela Agarov, you wanted to bring up some points.
I'll let Daniela start.
First, I want to say thank you to all the Morton parents who have contacted Robin and me over the past, I guess, 10 days now, 2 weeks. And I want to say that when parents have to go to the press and to CC members, it means the communication of school is broken. And the onus of creating a good communication is on the school. It's not on parents. And I think given everything that they share with us, I can understand personally why they would be afraid of speaking. And so I have a few questions to raise about what has been happening at the Morton School. And these are not questions, these are not my questions, I want to say. These are questions that were passed to me from the parent community. And it's basically 3 questions. So how many families have requested a safety transfer from the Morton School this year, and how many were granted? So this is the first question that I have. The second question is, can we confirm that the school communicate to the PTA and to the parent community that the January 14th incident was, and I quote, just kids horsing around in the cafeteria? According to the CBS report, this incident, a child ended up in the hospital for extended time, possible surgeries, and multiple physical harms in the body. And so, and finally, one quick question is, was a police report filed on January 14th? Because given the gravity of the consequences, if anybody would go to a ER with a child and saying that you were horsing around with your child and the result is what happened with that child, there would be a report to the police. And so was the police report filed on January 14th? So these are the 3 questions that were passed to me from the Morton parent.
Councilmember Daniela, are you looking to submit these questions, or is this for the superintendent, or for
I think if the superintendent or anybody from the GOE have the answers to these questions tonight, I think would be great. And if not, I think we need to make a commitment to answer these questions. Because I think another concern is that there were already concerns raised here on at the November meeting about violent incidents, and there was not a follow-up to the parents. And so I would like to give an opportunity to Superintendent Kelly to answer these 3 questions tonight. And if he doesn't have the answers, a commitment from the GOE to make sure that the community has answers to these questions.
I also believe you will have an opportunity next week to also ask these questions too. Yes, Councilmember Kelleher.
Thank you, Ben. I have a lot to say, but I think what I want to start with is the fact that this originated not recently, but at the beginning of the school year, when parents began coming to us as CEC members, as friends, as neighbors, worried about incidents. And the amount of emails that I got and passed along were quite alarming. And I think the biggest mistake that was made was that they weren't taken seriously. This is October, November. Since those original emails were sent out, we have brought up the issue with fellow council members, with the superintendent, with the parent coordinator, local council members, with the many parents involved who have come to us. And we've done our best to direct them the appropriate way that they're supposed to follow and to go through the standard procedures, and they didn't feel they were heard. They were brushed off. Since that time, we've had children getting seriously injured. I'm not going to speak to the most recent incident because it is not public knowledge, but it's bad. And I think that the fact that we had Brad Hoylman on here insinuating that parents shouldn't be speaking out is somewhat frightening. And I think it does a disservice to all the victims that are out there and who need to come forward. I request 30 more seconds. Can I have 30 more seconds?
Yes.
I had this conversation with my kids recently, one of mine who was at lab and who heard about the incidents at Morton because he has friends. He's of the same grade as several of those children, and he knows them. And I was trying to explain to him what the issue was. And I said, how would you feel if mommy was attacked? And mommy got into trouble because mommy went to her friends and people shamed her for going to her friends. And people labeled her and made threats to her because she shouldn't have been a snitch. And they threatened they would jump her because of that. And all the people supposed to be protecting me didn't do their job. And I didn't feel like I had anywhere else to turn. Would you blame me for reaching out to whomever would listen and to try to get my words out there? At the very least, to think that maybe I could help someone else in my position. And every single one of them looked at me, and I could tell by their face that they understood what was going on and that the severity of what had happened at the school was something beyond roughhousing or play fighting, but it was something that is inexcusable, that should have been answered and dealt with much sooner than this past week, the emails that have come out this past week, when these parents have been addressing this and asking questions and looking for answers since October and September. And so I feel like we have no one to blame but ourselves, and these parents and their children are the victims. And the last thing we should do is victim shame in this situation. And I hope that we will do our jobs as CECs, as a DOE, as a community, and do right by them and investigate what happened. Thank you.
Then can I just add very quickly one thing?
Yes, go ahead.
So on Friday, Robin and I shared everything that we heard from parents with Chancellor, and we request an external investigation about what happened at the school on January 14th and before, which conditions led to that incident. I think, as Robin said, it was very severe. And I really hope that this investigation will help us with lessons about how to prevent that from happening in other middle schools. We heard from parents in a much smaller number from other middle schools as well about incidents, families request safety transfers, nothing as severe as what happened at Morton. But I am deeply concerned about what can we do to prevent such a tragic situation to happen in other middle schools. And so I hope that this investigation will really help us understand what happened and how we can prevent this in other schools.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ben, I would be happy to say something if I have the moment, but I don't know if I'm permitted.
Yeah, please speak, please.
So, you know, I would never characterize, I just want to start by saying that, you know, to anybody who is ever, to any child or a staff member or any situation in which, you know, somebody's injured in a school, I would hope that we wouldn't, you know, degrade that event, that we would speak about that injury lightly. Anytime somebody's injured, it's a very serious situation. And I think that so I'm not sure where like horsing around, that is certainly not language that the Principal Lake used when she described the situation to me. It's not language that I used or anybody in our office used. And like I said, injury is serious, and we don't take that lightly. I will say that there are, you know, just like any of us, none of us would want conversations, details about specific events that happen to our children spoken about publicly here on a CEC meeting or in the media. And so it's true in regard to things that happen in schools. A lot of that information is private, as it should be, because it involves children. I will say that, you know, I have been in this job now for 1 year, and I have listened to and watched our district office respond to family concerns, and the number of, and we haven't received the kinds of family concerns that are being spoken about. And so I want to extend and make sure that people are aware that our district office is here to support families. I do think I guess, I should be paying attention to the timer too, I guess. But I just do want to say very, very clearly that over the past few days, we've engaged very closely with the school. Principal Lake has been in the building for 5 months. She and her team have, when they came in, needed to understand the landscape of the building. They have implemented many, many measures to try to address these. And I really look forward to our CEC leadership visiting the school with us next week. I think that this is the kind of conversation and the kind of partnership that I would like to see us have because it truly is one that is focused on problem solving and focused on communication. And I do think that as working together as a team and working together as a community, the school, the district office, CEC, that we can address some of these concerns. And so that's what I'd like to say about that.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. There are three hands raised. I'm just going to go in the order there. Councilmember Chen, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I don't, unless there's, some investigation, independent investigation, some investigation, we really won't know what's going on. And I really feel sympathy and support for the families of 75 Morton, whichever side of the issue and whatever view you take on it. The fact that there has been some violent behavior, disruptive behavior. That's just not, it's beyond disruptive, right? Families are wanting to leave, and so that there's a lot of concern that's brought to our attention, and we need to support the school, the families there, and the children. And so I just, so I would like to get an investigation as independent as possible, so that we know what happened, what the principal did. Was it, was the reporting, if kids are, if something is happening, I think there's historically with the DOE, there's been cases and track record where incidents happen, it's been covered up. And it took a free press to report on those things. Despite parents and families reaching out and to the right channels, still nothing was done. And there's a lot of political pressure to suppress school discipline issues. We know that. And that's why I advise, in this public forum, I advise all families to not be afraid to report it to the police right away, because we'll force the DOE to make it a record and to report it. By itself, it may not be self-governing, self-policing enough. There's too much political pressure, right? And I'm very disappointed in a politician saying that the news media free press, whose responsibility in a democracy is to report on things, to call that out. I mean, it's awful. So I encourage all families to report it to the police and make noise. Don't be afraid to speak out. It's your children. We talk about masking and protecting our children. This is even more fundamental, right? The parent who opened the speaking session talked about the right for children. Violent, children deserve our compassion and support, but so do the 29 other students in that classroom. We cannot sacrifice one child for another. And a classroom that has fear, the children will not learn. They will have social emotional problems on top of that. So everybody loses in that situation. This child with, who does these things needs support, but we cannot wait and put them back in the classroom if they're like to disrupt the 29 other students. They should not be, subject to hurt, hurt other students as well. So, I'll leave it at that. But, investigation, I think.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you.
And all council members, I see a lot of hands raised. It's 10:22 at night. We have a lot more to go to do. I don't think we're going to be able to get to our business meeting. So please try to limit your speaking time. Thank you. Councilmember Neal.
Yes, I think we all do need to stick to this 2 minutes, okay? Nobody is actually listening to the bell. I'm going to be quick. As the liaison for 75 Morton and, having my kids all have gone to 41, I know a lot of the families that go to Morton. I know their PTA chairs, Rebecca Lupardo and Maya Brewster Dorian, who are both on this call and have been listening to everything, have been extremely attuned to all of the parents that have been coming to them, appreciating that there are other outlets that some of the parents are going to come to. One of the things that has been front and center in the conversations that we've been having since the fall with these first incidents that has happened, they know they are attuned, they are working with the administration, they are working with the DOE to get more resources, to get additional safety agents, to staff the the bus stop after school to make sure that the teachers are working with the students, et cetera, concerned about their learning loss, the learning loss that also comes from being taken out of their classes to do the restorative justice, et cetera. The parent community at 75 Morton is phenomenal and fantastic. That's evidenced by all of them coming out to speak up tonight, the teachers as well. So I think we also have to remember, and I'm going to use their words here, that there's some Morton magic as well. This is a strong school that's having a tough time right now. Kelly is on it. I can't tell you how many calls I have been on with him over the course, especially of the last few weeks. There are ongoing investigations. There is nothing that is being covered up here. So I think we just have to wait for the process to play out and for Kelly to work with the appropriate people towards this. And furthermore, my heart breaks for the family of the students that have been injured recently. And thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. Councilmember Das? Yes.
Yeah. Kelly, may I ask you a couple of questions in relation to this?
I guess that's up to the council.
Yes,
I am at your service.
Councilmember Das, please limit your questions to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Question. If there's a suspension at a school, does that go on the record, and does it lead to a lower rating at the school?
Does it go on a student's record?
No, the school's record.
The school's record.
And result in a lower rating for the school.
I mean, suspensions that occur in schools are recorded. There are the ratings that are used are only ratings that are viewed by the state. The ratings that are used by the state are primarily focused on academic achievement. And that's, I'll leave it at that. There are other indications when we're talking about other designations of schools that are dealing with a whole host of issues, kids not coming to school, cutting, that kind of thing.
May I cut in just because I want to use up on my 2 minutes?
Sure.
I'm led to believe that it does. And we've spoken at length on broken trust with the DOE. And we've talked about it primarily in the past in regards to admissions, but do you not see how that applies here, and how parents are not interested in taking what the DOE has to say and investigations made by the DOE at face value, and why they might want something external?
I mean, all I can say is that, when investigations are done, this is private information between the school, the student, and the students who are involved.
That's another problem that doesn't inspire confidence for families, particularly victims.
All right, I'd like to move on. Councilmember Daniela.
Despite whatever was done or was not done, we need to deal with the reality that there is a child severely injured in the hospital. We need to understand what were the conditions that led to that and how we can prevent this in other schools. I was sent a list of interventions that have been done since September. I appreciate the effort, but that child ended up in the hospital. The child went to school, was in one of our schools, something happened inside that building, and allegedly the child left the building in an ambulance. We need to deal with this reality. There's a lot of interest in the part of the DOE and both of the family, which I totally understand, who is dealing with this really tragic situation, to settle, to go quiet, and we will never know what actually happened. But we need an investigation to know what happened, how it happened, and what led to the situation, so we can prevent this from happening in other schools. I want us to deal with the reality that is in front of us And if this body doesn't pressure, and if the press doesn't continue pressure, we'll never know what happened. And that's what really motivates me, because my son will be a middle school in District 2 in a few years. And if we don't learn from this episode and put in places policies to prevent this from happening, it could be my son. It could be kids from everybody who is here in this meeting. And we need to take responsibility for what happened, learn from it, and prevent in the future.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Daniela. Councilmember Silverman.
You know, in listening to the comments that have been made tonight and in reading the comments in the chat, what strikes me is that it seems to be one side or the other. And what I don't understand is why we as a community and we as this Community Education Council can't really support both the individual or the student and his parents and the school community. I think we have an obligation to support the school community. And that involves engagement, it involves healing. And we also have an obligation to support the student to the extent that, you know, whatever allegedly happened has been mentioned, has been investigated or determined as what is factual, what is not factual, what's out there. But again, you know, I'm not sure if at this particular point, you know, that's really been determined. So all I'm saying is I don't understand why it's one or the other. I think we can really address each of those particular concerns. But I do think as a Community Education Council, we have to remember that we are here to support also the school community. If there are ways of doing things better, we can look into that. But I do think to some extent, I agree with, I think what Kelly has talked about, there is a process. And I just think it's important that we kind of take a deep breath, reflect, and see how that process unfolds. Certainly be kept advised and have some input into it, but there is a process, and I think we really need to just see how that process plays out and what it actually reveals. But we should be supporting everyone in this process, the individual, the family, as well as the school community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. I would also like to say that I was invited by Superintendent McGuire and Principal League to 75 more next week, and I will be attending there. I believe Councilmember Daniela and Councilmember Ushma will be joining as well. I have not spoken to the 75 more community. I'm hoping to. And if I could provide some additional information from the community, I plan to share it. And thank you for the opportunity, Superintendent, for making those arrangements. Councilmember Das and Councilmember Kelleher, please have this as your last two comments, and then I'd like to move on. Thank you.
Yeah. Len, I just have one issue with that, and that is I haven't been enthusiastic with how, and Anushma as well, what I've been hearing from the parent association on this. One, I would say that there are, if there's an investigation, I think it will come out that the word horseplay was used both by the principal and by the parent association. I think it'll come out, the parent association here today came out and said, and equated this with wanting our school for screens and blame rooted in racism and doing the work. I think we've mentioned none of those things. I definitely questioned Brad Hoylman and how he weighed in. He blasted the Fox News piece for being sensational. I would submit he hasn't watched it. I was actually concerned myself that it was running on Fox, but if you actually watched it, it was entirely an interview on Olivia and what happened to her son, and she did most of the speaking and basically reiterated what she said here today. So it's a little bit hard to get behind that sentiment when there are things like this going on. So I don't know. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. Councilmember Kelleher.
I want to respond to the question about can we all just work together? And of course, in an ideal world, that's how it always work. But that question is being asked, I see in the chat, by the same PTA president who sent out an email inferring that parents who come forward were spreading fake rumors and fake news, and we're spreading misinformation. And I ask you, to the other parent who is likely listening in on this right now and who I've been in contact with, do you think we should have more sensitivity to that parent? How, if you were in her position or the boy's father, would you take this meeting when the PTA president comes out here and makes these comments about fake and rumors and narrative and misinformation and slander? It doesn't really feel like there's an attempt to look at both sides. And I also don't think there's been much of an attempt to reach out to the family of the victim. And I question what process of discipline or restorative justice would have that be the case. Because it feels here like the victims aren't having a fair shot at stating their side. And I've seen in the chat, there was a comment from one of our council members on Twitter during the meeting, slamming the parent who spoke tonight about her son and his injuries, which is disgusting, flat out. I also saw in the chat, there was a message recently, I think it was an email from the principal, where she used the word play.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. I would like to move on to.
Ben, I put a question here. Can we have a commitment from the DOE to answer the questions before our visit to the school next Tuesday for those 3 questions that the Morton parents want answers to? How many safety transfers, how many were granted? Was communicated that this was horsing around, and was there a police report filed on January 14th?
Daniela, when we visit the school on next week, I will see what we can answer. I will say that some of this information is just, it involves children, and I'm not going to, and I am assuming that because some of this information involves children, we're not going to be able to share that publicly. But I wrote down the questions and we'll be able to follow up with you when we talk.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Daniela and Superintendent McGuire. The last agenda item 10, and then we'll go to which will be real brief, and then we'll go to our second public speaker session. I was some families in PS 276, the community there, reached out to me about the DOE parent volunteering policy. And I just wanted to relay that. Maybe Superintendent McGuire, maybe you can answer this, or maybe Jennifer Greenblatt. But basically the question was, they feel it's time that parents can get, who want to volunteer, if they can get back into the schools or kids' classrooms, whether it's helping out with plays, sports, musicals. I'm just reading off the question, and they just wanted to know if there's any, has there been any movement in allowing volunteering again back in schools by parents? So I want to relay that, or at least that's their issue they're facing at PS 276.
I'll start, but Jennifer, do you wanna start actually?
I'll start. My first question is, have they spoken with the principal?
I'll relay that. I was hoping they would be here today, but
So every school has different rules about volunteers.
Mhm.
And so I can't answer generally, but they should reach out to the principal. And then if they don't get the answer that they're looking for, they're always welcome to reach out to me.
okay. I'll relay that. Sure. But is that the common policy still within other schools? Because I wasn't aware of that.
That's the general policy in terms of, I'm not bringing COVID into it, so I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about.
Okay.
At this point in time, many schools are not letting parents in the way that they did previously.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly what they're talking about, so I don't want to answer it incorrectly.
Okay. Superintendent McGuire, is there anything you wanted to add? Or
No, that's exactly what I would say. Thanks, Jennifer.
okay, thank you. Councilmember Janey, yes.
So my question for Jennifer, so if a school is okay with it and letting limited number of parents in for something, would they be allowed to do it?
What is the something?
You know, let's say if they were giving out Valentine's Day pre-packed items to kids during lunch, or when they're outdoors, or when it's in a place where not the classroom.
So outdoors is always easier than indoors, and many schools don't allow parents in during lunch. There are schools that do have volunteers at lunch. Sometimes they're trained in order to work there and make sure that they are going to support all the children, not just their child. It's really on a school by school basis. Anybody who comes into our school needs to pass the health screener. And there are schools at this point who are deciding that they don't want, large groups of parents in there because they can't follow all the guidelines in terms of socially distancing, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Sure. I would reiterate again, for everything, it's always best to work with your principal and to go to your principal or administration of the school to get the answer for each of these questions. If you don't get them, as the superintendent said before, you can always feel free to reach out to our office and we'll help you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Sorry there. We're going to start the second public speaking session.
Hey, I have a point of order, I guess. The member of the public who is unable to log back in because he was permanently removed from the session.
Yes, and I have a council member already contacted me on that, and there was a statement that he wanted to be read,
Yes.
and I was.
No, I have that noted. It would be in the second session. And Jennifer Greenblatt, do you have that statement, Jennifer?
I do. Do you want me to read it? I also
or whoever.
Councilmember
have it
Leonard
also.
Silverman, I already asked him to read it. So.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's going to read it?
Councilmember Leonard Silverman.
Okay, so let me just.
Yeah, I have the statement, and just before I start, I guess you should start the timer.
Yeah, but hold on. He's not first. Okay, so let me put the list in. Sorry, because Faiza Maji was first. So we're starting with the batch of people that signed up only for the second session.
Yeah, well, let's have Councilmember Silverman go first, and then we'll have the other.
Yeah,
Right.
again, the reason that this is being taken, I guess, out of order is because it's my understanding that this individual was removed from the meeting, didn't have an opportunity to either speak before or certainly sign up for the second session. So,
and don't forget to shut down the chat.
Yeah,
I'll do that now.
Okay, so just so I guess we'll start a timer as soon as I start reading. I'll make sure to try to get it in 2 minutes.
All right, go.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, go.
So this is a statement from a 3-term CEC District 2 member and 2-term Vice President Michael Markowitz. I'm starting the statement. So the no mask resolution cites the Great Barrington Resolution that was launched in October of 2020. At the time, some 7 months into the epidemic, there were 200,000 dead Americans. The originators cited prospective herd immunity. Now, another 16 months along, and despite the vaccine, there are 900,000 dead Americans. No herd immunity, breakthrough cases, a variant that is more hazardous to children than the original strain, and countries that pursued herd immunity having admitted their failure. Sponsoring CEC members who don't appreciate those basic facts have no reason to expect other CEC members or parents or community members at large to appreciate their concern for student well-being, which I am not questioning. Masks work. No beds means no beds. If the sponsors won't withdraw a resolution citing utter quackery, then I urge you all to vote no on the no mask resolution without abstention. Thank you. And that's the end of the statement.
All right. Thank you, Len. All right.
Actually, sorry, don't look. I messed up the list. Yeah, hang on.
Okay.
The first person is, hang on. I sent it just to one person as opposed to everybody. These are the first 2 people right there. Okay, you see Faiza?
Yes.
Faiza, and then
Tiffany. Yes. All right, 1 second here. I think Faiza left us.
okay, that's fine.
All right, Tiffany's here. All right, you can unmute yourself now. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you very much. So I'm speaking on Resolution 191, and this is to another council member's point about the the art admissions versus the sciences. I have been the beneficiary of proper public school screening and admissions. I want to share that I've had the opportunity to apply to high schools based on essay writing, intensive art, vocal, drama auditions, and the science schools. And for my little public school program, which is right next to LaGuardia, the gem was getting into LaGuardia. My classmate Julia Stiles had transferred friends, and for the rest, without her talent or connections, it was getting into LaGuardia. But because I operate on more of the mathematical and technical side of my brain, I performed better on the art still life audition and didn't get my preferred vocal seat. And because I didn't get that desired vocal program, I accepted the Stuyvesant High School admission, where I benefited further from the proper screening, in that I did not get placed into the advanced topic biology my first year, but I performed really well in the world history, where it was about understanding world cultures and advocating positions, where I went on to moot court competitions, advanced placement European American history, and then went on to law school. So right now I'm practicing at what I would consider to probably be the highest level of employment law for my area. I am an arbitrator as well, so recognized talent in that area. And so what the public school screening process did for me is streamline and track to success in an area that I had natural capabilities. Could I have been part of a lottery where we tested and tried all different areas? Could I have went on to LaGuardia, failed as a singer, and hoped after living at home for many years and creating that kind of stress for my immigrant family to then come up with the money for law school? Honestly, I simply wouldn't be where I am today. It's very altruistic to think that, especially as people who didn't grow up and go through the public school systems here, that we need to give a fair and general opportunities to all kids. But the reality is success professionally is streamlined at a young age. You need to start gymnastics early if you want to be Olympic. So anyway, jumping to the next point, as an employment lawyer, I often see people who are struggling after 2-3 changed careers. Time really matters. And again, the main point I want to make here is that for immigrant families and poor families, we cannot afford to try out a few careers and hope to land in an income earning profession. Screen testing is the answer to help these communities succeed by streamlining resources early. And just a final small point is, as the admin of the Upper East Side Mamas, the reality is if we move more towards not having structure and more of a lottery system, more parents are going to either choose the private schools or to leave New York. And we'll see another exodus of more than 40,000 more families leaving. So those are my comments about Resolution 191.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay. Milena Bucci. Okay. Hope I got your name right. Let's see that I can. Milena?
Oh, yeah. Hi. Sorry, I had a trouble unmuting.
Please go ahead.
I spoke against removing the masks when the resolution was last proposed. I moved back to the city from Arizona specifically because of the deadly consequences of not mandating masks. My children 6 and 9 wore flow masks, tight fitting N95 mask filter that are changed every day. I make mention of all of these things to respectfully rebut the insinuation made by
You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Oh.
I think she got kicked.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll see if I can get her back. I don't know what happened. She's not here. Well, if someone sees, hopefully she can rejoin us again. Oh, she is.
Can we restart her time as well? I think she was only 20 seconds in.
Yeah.
As parliamentarian, I would just ask, can we just find out what happened and why she just disappeared, if it was a technical glitch or if it was something else?
I'm asking her to unmute. Milena? Milena, can you hear me? All right, well, let's come back to her. Let's go back. Let's go back to Megan Lebec, and then we'll see if she can join us again, Milena. Megan, can you unmute?
Hi
Well,
there. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Megan Lembeck. I'm the mother of a child in a District 2 school and a physician. My statement tonight is my own and not a representation of any health organization. I would like to urge you to vote no on Resolution 187A, not to approve it. I agree with Mr. Doss, who earlier stated that the council should not be weighing in on public health advice and that they should be leaving this up to the public health professional organizations that include the CDC, not a political organization, but a science-based, evidence-based organization, the departments of health, including our own state Department of Health, and our health leaders that include the Commissioner of Health. As this resolution will still be voted on by this council, I understand. I was hoping that the sponsors at some point could share with us, the parent community, which medical experts they consulted and spoke with directly when they were drafting this resolution, and what were the recommendations of those experts. I feel that this could be helpful insight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Megan. Milena, are you able to unmute? All right, I'll move on. All right, Debbie Cross is not available. Fire. Hello, Fire, are you able to unmute? Okay.
Yes, I'm definitely unmuted. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
Great, thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Fire.
You're welcome. Good evening, everyone. And it's been a very long night considering for this meeting to still be going on right now. But I would like to touch base on, wow, this is really sensitive right now, a little touchy from me. But I would like to touch base on letting the families know at 75, well, basically the children that experience the horrific attacks at 75 Martin School, excuse me. I'm terribly, deeply saddened. I'm touched. My heart goes out to the children, particularly because no child should ever experience what they experience. As a parent, words are unbelievable, like what I heard and what I've seen. Also, I just want to say I commend the CEC for bringing up various resolutions that are important to make a difference in our community. And I'm hoping that as a community, we can hopefully one day see eye to eye on different things that are important that concerns our children. The most important thing tonight that we're all forgetting, the main reason why we're here tonight so late when I tucked in my kid already is for our kids. This is the main reason why we're here. We're fighting for our children. Let's stop being petty over different. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the chat, particularly too, as I'm listening in to all the important factors that are surfaced, and hopefully will be revisited one day, because some things cannot be decided on one night. We all know that. But there's a lot of things in the chat that is so petty, very immature, and I just hope that one day we can move forward and just kind of agree to disagree, or disagree to agree, and things that are most important. But thank you for your time, everyone. And let's move forward for the best for our children. Let's do it for them. Let's not be selfish for us. That's all I would like to share. But thank you for listening, everyone. It's been interesting tonight.
Thank you, Fire, and thank you for staying so long.
No problem. I'm here.
Debbie Cross, I see your hand raised, but I can't seem to. Oh, it's under Deborah. Okay. All right. Yes,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
I'm on. Thank you. So I would like to speak in favor of the two resolutions related to high schools, 190 and 191, I believe. I'm an elected parent representative on the CCHS, but I'm speaking in my own name today as a parent of an 8th grader applying to high school this year. So I discovered, looking for borough priorities, that there are a few Manhattan priorities, but not really the desirable schools that would be on my daughter's list. So I think it's important to have these priorities. The CCHS actually passed a resolution supporting those priorities for Queens, and I don't understand why this doesn't exist for Manhattan. So that resolution is on point. The second one about the screens, the DOE is effectively implementing a lottery. Only 15% of the seats are previously from really screened schools that rely on academic achievement. I do not understand why the DOE is making exceptions for the consortium schools, which are able to recruit based on an essay. And frankly, from the perspective of a parent of a child who has good grades and worked hard and is targeting one of those previously screened schools, those consortium schools do not work for us. They're not an acceptable substitution. Frankly, some of them are flat out mediocre. I'm not sending my child to school of the future. So what is left? You know, the Shasat that so many people are opposing. I think it's a huge problem, and it's going to drive more families out of the city. So I urge you to vote for that resolution, and we will be presenting a similar resolution tomorrow night in CCHS. Thank you.
Thank you. Effie Zachary? Oh, I don't see him. Liz Rosenberg? Yeah.
Oh, no, he
has his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Oh, I don't know why I didn't see him. Okay, that's weird. My apologies. Oh, there you are. Okay.
I couldn't unmute myself. I want to start by saying my youngest child is already in high school. I'm not looking to get into middle schools. I'm not looking to get into high schools. I've done that already. I'm going to speak to what I felt is a sense of justice and fairness in the system. Regarding middle schools, the only reason to have sibling priorities, as far as I can think, is just to help a busy family in the morning. If you have 3 children, do you really want to drop them off in 3 different locations? If you have the sibling priority, it's basically to make sure that you can drop 2 children in the same school in the morning. Why afford that privilege to 6th graders who got in by lottery, and not afford that privilege to students who got in a year earlier by some screen? Doesn't make sense to me. Regarding the high school selection, it is very deceiving for anybody to see that there's 4 buckets and you think that maybe 25% each equally. They are not equal at all. The first bucket could easily be 2/3 or even more than that of all students. The last bucket has 0 students in it. The DOE is refusing to give details on how big the numbers are. It is basically a lottery. Someone with 100 who has a bad lottery number will not get into any of the top 12 choices. Someone with a good lottery and has an 80 number, possibly even some 60s in his record, will get into his first choice. It's like really punishing people who worked hard and just giving other people a chance where they will fail. If someone has a 70, goes to a top school like Baccalaureate or Townsend Harris, that student is going to suffer. That student is going to feel very dumb compared to other peers who are much more qualified. And it's not his fault, man. Maybe that student had a bad background in elementary school, but it's going to be so bad to the self-esteem of that student. It's going to be cruel. It's going to be almost unprofessional for the DOE to do that. The last thing I want to mention is throughout this process, there's been absolutely, and everybody should agree on this, no matter what side you stand, there was 0 engagement from the DOE on this with parents. No parents on any side of the aisles were engaged regarding what do you think we should do regarding high school admissions. We talked to them before. They promised to engage with us. There was no engagement ever. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Effie. Megan Lebeck, I'm going to try you again.
Can we go back to Milena? I think she's back.
Oh, yeah.
She was ahead of
it was
Megan.
Milena. Yeah. Sorry about that. I meant Milena. Oh, my. Long night. Okay, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me? I'm so sorry. I think it's Spectrum. It's the devil.
Was it on your side? We'll give you the full 2 minutes. I just was.
Thank you. I believe so. It's Spectrum, I think. I'm so sorry for the delay it caused.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
So we moved back from Arizona to the city because we saw the deadly consequences of not mandating masks. My children wore flow masks, which if you're not familiar, are the tight fitting N95s with the daily filter change. My children were among the first 6 to 11-year-olds to be vaccinated in the city, and my husband and I have signed the permission for both of our children to be tested in school. I make mention of all these things to respectfully rebut the insinuations made that those parents in favor of this resolution tonight were always anti-maskers or not in favor of getting their children vaccinated. I'm in favor of the resolution today with the caveat that I wish it was up to school principals to make the final call on a school-to-school basis. The facts on the ground have changed since December, so my opinion has changed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Thank you, Milena. Maya Brewster Dorian, please unmute. And
Hi.
Thank you.
Did Liz get to speak? Was that just her? Sorry.
No, I can't find Liz's name.
Okay. Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to say this language that keeps changing throughout this meeting. I've never spoken about Olivia directly. I've never victim shamed her. I haven't even met her nor seen her at a PTA meeting. Maybe she was there. I've never been introduced to her. The first time I hear about Olivia is when I see the news, or people show me the news about the story. So this is not about me victim shaming. When I talked about misinformation and mistruths, it was about the facts that have been reported in the press and which have been recorded by these broadcasts. Facts. I'll just throw a few out. 5 assistant principals and no librarian. Not a fact. We have a librarian, her name is Donna, and we have 2 assistant principals. No repercussions in our school when it comes to this. Only social justice work. Not a fact. We have to follow the DOE protocol, which means there are repercussions, which means there have been suspensions at our school. Cover up. No cover up. We can take anything that's written out of context and not put it in the full circle of when Valerie personally reaches out to parents and family. We're not involved in those messages. So that's when it comes to misinformation and misinterpretation is what I want to really nail home here. I want all of our families to work together and be together and really help this community grow. But it cannot happen if people are playing a game of telephone and then playing it with the press. It's dangerous. When it comes to the Twitter thread, it's exactly what I'm saying now. I got shown the Twitter thread from parents, and parents, the majority are not at our school, nor have they ever had children at our school. So when I asked them to stop spreading, which is misinformation, that for me as an advocate for the 640 students at our school that go to that school, that for me is my mission. And to what Mr. Doss said about the racism, it's convenient. You talked about racism when it's your truth. When I say it's my truth, somehow I don't get to have that honored. I'm finished. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to talk about the high school borough priority. My take as a parent of a child with special needs is that I don't want my child traveling to another borough. And additionally, if other boroughs are allowed to maintain their borough priority, Manhattan should be allowed to maintain theirs. It really makes no sense at all. And I mean, if I wanted my child to attend a great school in Queens, they can't do that because they have borough priority. Yet another parent from Queens, Bronx, or Brooklyn, or Staten Island, if they want their child in a school in Manhattan because it's close to their work, would be allowed to. So it doesn't seem fair in the old scheme of things. So I really hope that the DOE reconsiders this and also takes into account that not all children with IEPs are eligible for busing. So traveling long distances to other boroughs is not optimal. Thank you.
Thank you. Vita Lobella, please unmute. Vita Lobella, you can speak. Yeah, we'll have to come back. All right, Lauren Paul's not there. Sandy Davis is not there. Tamira, please unmute.
Hi. Okay. I'm just going to read. This is in regards to Resolution 189. The state of meritocracy of G&T, screened admissions, standardized testing has been centered by this council as the most pressing, most important issue in District 2, as evidenced by the sheer number of resolutions focused in this area. Even a resolution that purports to be about sibling priority, 189, manages to sneak in a plug about how it's not too late to reinstate screens for this year. Middle school screens would disadvantage, if not flat out discriminate against students with disabilities who experienced a disproportionately steeper rate of regression during 2020 due to missed services and the inaccessible nature of remote learning. Middle school screens would also disadvantage single parents, single income families, and low income families, many of whom are essential workers or work away from home, unable to oversee their children's learning. They would disadvantage multi-generational families who kept kids remote out of safety concerns, students who are immune compromised, students who live in temporary housing, students with mental health issues like bipolar disorder, clinical depression, and anxiety who sat in isolation for over a year. Students without access to Wi-Fi and food, students who couldn't sleep, students who lost a parent, sometimes both, students who could afford to join a pod, hire a tutor, pay a para, students without friends, students locked down and locked into abusive households, students who fell behind, students who fell way behind, students who fell off the DOE radar completely, students who had to neglect their own schoolwork to become teachers to their younger siblings while their parents work. The students who know resiliency is not a choice, but a catchphrase adults use to justify their own selfishness. But none of this matters to you as much as keeping your beloved D2 meritocracy alive. A thoughtful, equitable, and loving return return to normalcy isn't what you're advocating for. After all the compassion our kids have shown, after surviving social isolation, academic regression, loneliness, and full-bodied fear, after surviving unfathomable losses, your reward is to screen them. Your reward for their resiliency is to test them, to sort them, make them prove they deserve to go to a good middle school, that they're smart enough, gifted enough, talented enough, abled enough, and white enough. Your response to their lost years, when being a 9 or 10-year-old living through a pandemic should have been enough, is centering merit, not love, not patience, not all hands on deck to support every child. Merit, grades, assessments, attendance, performance.
All right, can you please wrap it up? Thank you.
The kids are treading water and you're choosing which ones to save, which ones have value, which ones would be at the front of the line, which ones should be at the front of the bus, and which ones to pull into the right left. Our kids deserve so much
Thank
better.
you. That's it.
Ben, we let someone go over 2 minutes in the
That was
previous
over
public
3
speaking
minutes.
session.
That was over 3
No,
minutes.
no, it was -2 minutes for a few speakers in the first session. You
This is
can't
the
just
second-
decide that you're
It's
going
11:10
to cut
at
them
night.
off.
It's 11:10 at night.
It's
I have not
rude.
let anyone in the
Okay,
second
that
section
was the
go over
mother
3
of a
minutes.
victim.
Thank you very much.
Different situation.
I
Okay.
am aware who that woman is, and I think this woman is also suffering. You don't hear the agony and the pain, and you're going to cut that person off.
I did not cut that person off. She went over
You
by a minute.
interrupted.
She did.
And
Stop
as
it.
so many
Let's
people
move
have gone
forward.
over. No, we have to be consistent.
I am consistent. I gave
Well,
everyone.
watch the
I've given
tape,
everyone
and you can
more
watch
time
the
than the 2
recording.
minutes we've allowed. But I'm not going to keep going over 1 minute. And now you've just wasted other people's minutes. Thank you. Hunter, please.
Thank you. I asked Kush, I sit on the admissions committee for admissions and diversity committee. Yes, thank you, Kush. I wanted to speak to this chart that Kush put out during when he spoke earlier and talk about the high school resolution and what's happening here. There is this group 1 that is going to span kids that go everywhere from a 98 grade point average to an 80 grade point average. And because each of these grades, if you look at the 3rd and 4th illustrations on the top row, those illustrations show that kids would have an 80 average, but each of those grades is a best of multiple marking periods. And so in reality, they could have 70s and 60s in other marking periods, and you could have kids that have 72 averages over all those marketing periods with kids that had consistently made A+ averages. And the question really is, are those all the right kids to be in the same school and taking the same courses? Then we go to a second problem with the high school admissions rubric, which is to say that there are kids who have relatively high grades. If we look at the illustration E and illustration F on the second line, I can't really see, I don't have it large enough, but the first 2 illustrations on the second line show kids that have 88 and 89 GPAs that would be in group 2 and would not get top priority for selective schools. And the problem here is, I'll wrap up. There's so many people that are going to be in group 1 that those are the only people that are going to have a shot at a selective school, because only 15% of the seats are selective. And it's like 50 or 75% of kids that will be in group 1. And a lot of kids with better GPAs in group 2 will be eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Kushik Das, can you unshare your screen? Janie, yes?
Yes. So can I just make a quick announcement? So for the next meeting, when we're using the timer, I'm going to change the chime to be something that's a little bit more offensive. versus being a gentle low ring. Maybe that will encourage people to end at the 2 minutes time. I'm not going to change it now because I don't think it's fair for the rest of the speakers, but I'm going to announce it now. And at the beginning of our next meeting, I'm going to announce again that the timers and bells are loud so people can hear them. Because I think people, when they dial in, they may not be able to hear the first warning and the second warning.
Thank you, Janie. I also would like to mention that the one person that went over 3 minutes was actually a couple, was a husband and wife. They went over a little bit over 3 minutes, but they were two people that spoke, and their son got beat up. I mean, we could show some sympathy for a family where their son gets beat up. And so if they wanted to speak just a little bit longer, I am definitely going to use my time where I gave up my time for a report. So someone who deserves to be heard and for something along those lines. So
if you're going to address me, Councilmember Ben,
yes,
I would like to at least say, if you're addressing me, then
yes,
I need to be able to respond.
I gave a little bit
there
of
was
extra
more
time.
than one person.
No,
and it was
one
fine.
person. It was a couple.
It was not just one person. And
Yes, it was.
It wasn't.
And no one went over 3 minutes.
No.
Do not change history. You have the stream. You can go look at it.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Exactly.
And I'm moving on. And everyone no one was cut short today. Absolutely no one. I'd like to go now to vote on resolutions. Thank you. Janie, can we take our first vote?
Yeah, hold on. Was that the last speaker?
Some members no, there were more speakers.
There was Christina Gratis.
Oh yeah, Christina. I couldn't find her name.
There's also Olivia R.
I could not find her as well. Christina, I can't find.
Okay, just
and Olivia, I cannot find as well.
Olivia R.
Is she back?
Wanted her son to read something. So I'm gonna message her. He's in bed and wants to get back up and speak.
Well, if she's not, I'm sorry, but if she's not here right now, or her son's not here right now, I cannot wait because it's 11:15.
Okay, so we are going to vote on the resolutions. First resolution is Resolution 187A.
Move for approval of Resolution 187A. Sorry,
Yes.
we do have to make motions on these.
Yeah,
Sorry.
let's make a motion.
Second.
Okay, yay, nay, or abstain. Robin Broshi,
Nope.
Kaushik Das,
Abstain.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Nay.
Robin Kelleher,
I'm sorry, 187A is,
optional
Mask.
masking.
yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Lim Fong Sim, abstain. Len Silverman,
No.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia.
No.
The motion does not pass. It's only 5 yeses.
I move for approval of Resolution 188 in support of changing the name of PS 11.
I second.
I second.
Okay, Robin Broshi,
Yes.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela,
Yes.
Lupe,
Yes.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes, nice job, kids.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Ben Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia.
Yes.
It is unanimous. It passes.
Move for approval of Resolution 189 related to middle school sibling priority.
Okay, Robin Broshi, sorry. Robin Broshi,
Nope.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
Nay.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia,
Abstain.
the motion passes with 8 yeses.
Move for approval of resolution 190 related to high school prioritization for in-borough students.
I second.
Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela
Yes.
Lupe,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok, Chen,
Sorry, yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia,
Yes.
the motion passes. Okay,
Move for approval of resolution 191 related to high school admission guidance.
oh, it's 191A.
191A.
Point of
Move for
order.
approval, sorry, I withdraw my motion and I would like to make a motion to pass resolution 191A, sorry, to move for approval of resolution 191A, change admissions policy on high school rubrics.
Thank you. Sorry. And I second.
Just trying to move it along.
Yes. Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia,
Yes.
the motion passes.
All right, so we have resolution 187A did not pass. Resolution 188 was approved anonymous.
It's late.
Yes,
Unanimously.
unanimously. Excuse me, approved unanimously. Congratulations to the students of PS11. Resolution 189 was approved. PS 190 calling for high schools to prioritize and borough student applicants approved, and resolution 191 high school admissions guidance approved. The approval of minutes, I think we'll speak to that to another meeting. New business, I'd like to make a motion to move the business meeting to another date.
Second.
I want to make a comment on that.
Okay.
Just reminding everyone, I believe it's the 25th of this month. We might have to, if the meeting's after the 25th of this month, it might have to be in person. So
Yep.
just keeping that in mind as you vote.
Actually, the 15th, no?
It's the 17th.
That's sooner than that, actually. We talked about it on Face today.
Yeah, we discussed that on February 17th. That's exactly right. We did.
Okay, 17th.
Yeah.
I'm making arrangements to pick up the meeting owl in the coming weeks, but we should really schedule this before that.
Yeah.
So
and
wait,
please not
Ben,
on
but then-
Valentine's Day. Please not on Valentine's Day.
Ben, when are we going to discuss the two members of the public who were removed from our meeting? and
It's
the one
new
member of the
business.
public
We
who
didn't
was
finish new
threatened?
business. There's a motion right now.
Yeah,
I'd
so
like to-
I know,
like-
but
like to do that.
I'm asking that as part of my decision making on how I vote on this. So there's someone on our council removed two people from
Okay,
this
we
meeting.
finished the motion on the
No,
business
and so
meeting.
I'm discussing. I'm trying to discuss the motion at hand. Are we ready to
Do we want to postpone that? Is everyone happy to postpone the discussion of 2 members of the public who were kicked out of our meeting?
That's not
One
being
member of
postponed.
the
We
public
are
who's
going
threatened
to
be
discuss
removed,
that. This
and
is not, we're
gonna
not in the
discuss that
business
tonight.
meeting yet.
So just have to
Robert
make sure
Broshi,
everyone's
we're
clear
not in
that
the
we're not
business
going to
meeting.
discuss that tonight. That's fine.
No, that's new business for the new business meeting.
I don't know.
the
It's that we're talking about the calendar meeting.
Yes, and there's line item 14 is new business. We can discuss other new business during new business meeting. Right now, I'm talking about the business meeting, which is next after the calendar meeting. You are jumping ahead. You're mistaken. One of the 3
Sorry,
items.
I was mistaken.
Okay, can we vote? We have a motion right now for postponing the business meeting, not postponing new business, which is a line item on our agenda. Can we have a vote, Janie, please?
Oh, sorry to do that, but
Seconded already.
Am
So
I
it was
running the
already-
meeting? Please. Janie, can we have a vote?
Yeah, so we're voting to postpone the new business meeting?
No, the business meeting. The business meeting.
This is, I'm confused. Oh, I see.
I'm not postponing new business. I'm postponing the business meeting.
Okay, the business
The
meeting.
working
business. There we go.
meeting.
Okay.
The working business meeting. Yeah.
Okay, postpone working business meeting. Okay, and that was seconded, right?
Yeah.
So yay, nay, or abstain. Robin Broshi,
Nope.
Kaushik Das.
can I pass?
I think we had this discussion.
We did, but all right, fine.
You can't pass. Sorry, how do you vote?
I said yes.
Oh, sorry. Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ushma Neal,
No, let's keep it going. Come on.
Lim Pong Sim, no. Leonard Silverman,
No.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia,
Yes.
Okay, so we have 6 yeses to postpone the meeting, plus Gabriella, so that's 7.
It's all your fault, gosh. Kush.
New business item 2, before we do the final one, is I wanted to discuss our meeting with the chancellor on March 8th. We're going to get some feedback after this. We had an earlier discussion during our FACE meeting from Aisha. I would like to arrange a meeting with our council officers and our parliamentarian to discuss the process of the questions that we will present to FACE, to Aisha, so she can get it off to the chancellor. They need it by February 21st, so there is urgency in that. But I'll circle an email to you all in the coming day or two. All right, so that's number 2. And number 3, unless someone has a question about the chancellor meeting on March 8th, it's my understanding though it might be online through a Zoom meeting. So we might have to also postpone our calendar meeting if it's in person. Yes, Lupe?
Will all council members have input on this process and processes, conversation, and questions?
All council members will be able to submit questions, but at the process, as I pointed out in the previous meeting, I would like to the council members, the officers, and the parliamentarian. We're going to form a committee to discuss the issue, the format in conjunction with FACE.
Wait, so the committee's been formed
As
already?
yes, which
Yeah,
was
but all
announced in the
committee
previous
meetings have
business
to be
meeting.
open to the public.
What's that?
Right.
All committee meetings have to be open to the public.
All right.
Yeah, I would like to
And
attend the
notice,
meeting.
according to open meetings laws,
No, but it's 5 people.
it doesn't matter if it's a CEC committee.
It's not a
it has to be
committee.
open to the public.
It's
You
a
just
council.
said you formed a town hall
I didn't form a committee.
You just said committee, Ben. So you're saying for the record that you want a
He
private
misspoke, and let's
committee.
not interrupt him. He misspoke. It's
No,
a
but
group.
you're the one interrupting.
Come on.
It
Don't
was a
defend
conversation.
him. He's trying to have a non-transparent process.
That's
he wants
not
to
true at
leave
all.
people out.
Well,
so
that's what it
don't
feels
get
like.
mad at us for asserting our
Input.
frustration about that. That is a reasonable thing to be frustrated about.
Yes.
Is it a committee, Ben? If you formed a committee, which are the words you just used,
Or
it is
misused.
open to the public.
But did you misuse them because you don't want us there? Because I would like to participate in that. I was on the FACE call today, and at no point was it mentioned it was a council, something we would do as a council.
The FACE call was not a council meeting, and it was not. I don't understand. We were there to listen to the FACE.
Correct. And at no point did I hear them state that this was the process was done by select CEC members. And so when you're a new business is that you're just deciding.
I'm describing the process that not describing. The process that was done in the previous council. There were a few members.
No, that's not true, Ben. It was always open to every member of the council had input. I've been on this council for longer than anyone else.
And all right, then I will reserve it to discuss at the next meeting, at the business meeting.
And I need to say that is the truth, that in the past, and long before even Robin was on the council, it was always a decision that was made by the entire council.
Okay, so we'll discuss at the next business meeting.
And that means no discussions offline over email with just select members of this council.
And I mean, you brought it to new business. Why can't we speak about it? Why are we now halting when March 8th is
because we don't know the full
on
process from FACE hasn't delivered that yet to us.
I'll be really short.
All right.
Can we at least please consider the possibility that if we're in person on March 8th, we can have our calendar meeting right after that? Please don't take that off the table. Okay, we are proliferating the number of meetings that we have, and none of us signed up for this many meetings and this many nights.
In regards to that, Ushma, that's what I'm saying. As far as March 8th was concerned, on the FACE call today, that would still need to be virtual.
Yes, I mean this is unreasonable. I mean,
we have a bunch of hands raised.
Yes, we can discuss this at the business meeting on in terms of the next calendar meeting and the next business and the process as well. I'd like to move forward.
Can I?
All right. And what? Who are the? What did you want to bring up in terms of Broshi and in terms of the people who are not in the meeting?
So first of all, Ben, my name is Robin. It's not Baroshi. Be respectful. I would like you to call me Robin. That's my name.
Councilmember Robin Broshi.
No,
please.
no. I'm asking you to call me Robin.
But there's 2 Robins.
So
Yes,
then call me Robin Broshi. I do not
which I
like
just did.
being called them. I do not like this fake respectfulness. This is my request. That's not the issue. So let's talk about the fact that Michael Markowitz, a person named Ingrid, were kicked off of our meeting. And then someone, Frank Smith, was threatened to be removed from the meeting because he wrote the words doggo in the chat. Why is, Robin Kelleher, chime in and tell us about how you made these decisions.
because
First
doggo
of all,
is so
I'm
disrespectful.
Councilmember Robin Kelleher, and you asked me a question, so I'd appreciate the time to respond. So
Yeah,
you can
you had like
inform
40
your-
minutes to
your-
formulate
it's
your
my turn. My turn.
defense.
You've had your time, Robin Broshi.
I
So can
actually
you be
didn't.
quiet
I
now?
have 2 minutes.
Be
I can
quiet now,
say
'cause you
whatever
asked
I
me a
can.
question.
I can say
No,
whatever
you
I want
asked the
in my 2
question.
minutes, Robin. So I'm not done.
Point of order, you
I
asked
just
me a
wanted to point
question, so
out-
I get to respond.
No, you
Point
don't
of
get to
order,
respond till
you
I'm
asked
done
me
with
a
my 2
question.
minutes, Robin.
There was
So I
Robin
would like
Broshi.
to understand what
You've been
qualifies
speaking for about
siblings,
10 minutes.
What qualifies
You've been
as
hijacking
siblings, who
everyone's
gets to make
comments.
these decisions? Why were there other people removed from the meeting? Is there a record of who's removed from the meeting? I can tell you that I came under fire by name under the previous council for not giving members of the public a chance to speak. I never removed anyone from the meeting except for one person who was sending inappropriate messages to our student member. Okay, and I asked Maud for permission first. To me, it was a very serious thing to remove someone from the meeting. And it would never be because they put something frivolous in the chat. And we're talking about leaving the chat open, and Robin, you and others on this council were championing it, and that's fine. But that means that anything that's not an attack or a threat shouldn't be removed. And a comment while we left the chat open, it wasn't during when members of the public were speaking, because then we turned it off, shouldn't be grounds for removal.
So now it's my turn, okay?
I don't know, it's up to the
Councilmember Neal,
chair of the meeting.
Robin Broshi, it's my turn. You've had more than your turn.
Ben's the chair
Robin
of the meeting.
Broshi.
Ben, is it Rob? Can Robin respond to me, or do we go to the next person?
Is it legal to hijack the meeting like this?
No, Robin, Ben is the chair of the meeting. I'm deferring to him.
No, you're not. This is a game. Please, Robin Kelleher, please continue.
Okay, Councilmember Robin Broshi, when we discussed the chat, do you remember how no one wanted to monitor it? And I said, fine, I'll do it. I don't really want to, but I will do it. And we discussed how we would talk about it internally. Well, the interesting thing is, I was responding to Ushma, to Councilmember Ushma, who said, let's please not talk and let's give Kelly our attention. And I did not remove those people from the chat.
No,
I
you just
asked
threatened.
Frank, I am talking. Can you please be quiet? So I said to Frank,
no, I'm sorry.
Because when is it my turn to speak? This is Ben, I can't speak.
I don't know. I mean, she just wants to continue.
So, I mean, do
it's
you
rules
want an
for her,
answer,
not rules for
or
us.
was this a game for you to set me up somehow? So as I was saying, I asked Frank Smith, because I had a bunch of parents who found it insulting that he kept making comments. Someone asked me if he was drunk. And Ushma had just said, it's disrespectful to keep chatting. Let's give our attention to Kelly. So I sent a private message, which I screenshot just to have for this purpose. Let's please be respectful and serious. And he continued after that to harass me throughout the entire meeting. I still did not remove him, but I reported him. I reported him on Zoom for harassing me, and I have record of that. So I imagine that the Zoom function kicked him off. So
Frank wasn't removed from the meeting.
You know what? I'm still talking, Robin Broshi. It's my turn. It is not your turn to speak. It is my turn to speak. I haven't spoken much tonight. So you accused me multiple times. You told me I was smirking. You insinuated that I had removed him. So you can go back to this Frank Smith person and you can let him know that I did not remove him.
You didn't
just now you said I'm still speaking,
correct.
Robin Broshi. For the 10th time, it's my turn. So when you came in and said, oh, Robin Kelleher, you speak up, you were confused and incorrect because I didn't remove him. And if he was removed, I imagine it was through Zoom. And I have full record through Zoom. And I did that on purpose, just in case someone like you, because I suspected you might, would come back and try to set me up to look bad. Regarding Ingrid, she continued to insult Tunisia. Tunisia, who's on our committee with you as well, Lupe, she's on our committee. She reached out to me and said, this woman is insulting me, is insulting the schools that I'm representing, and I'm trying to answer honestly, and I feel harassed. So I reported her as well. I did not remove her, I reported her. So my guess is that someone else reported her as well, because as you know, we all had at that time the opportunity to report. So I imagine that other people like myself were fed up with their insulting, harassing comments, therefore they were removed. So can you now go back to your people who were your friends, as you call them, who were reaching out to you during the meeting, interrupting me over and over and over and over, demanding a response? Can you let them know that they were kicked out because multiple people must have reported them?
All right, we have 4 hands raised. Lupe, then Janie, then Robin Broshi, then Kushik Das, and then that will be it for the evening. Thank you. Lupe.
I would like to respond to the topic at hand, but I also wanted to bring up another thing of work of new business. So please,
all right, so that we can bring up new business after this topic.
Correct, but this is in regard to this topic.
Janie,
I was
please turn on 2
managing the
minutes
chat
for us, please.
Why? No one else had the 2 minutes? I'm going to try to be brief, but I would appreciate you at least treat all of us equally.
Yeah, that's why I would like 2 minutes for everyone. It's 11:40 at night.
For me and Robin.
All right. Here's the thing, Ben. This is a discussion, a conversation we need to have. And I was one of the people that was monitoring, and I think the things that were being said in the chat just goes to show you why we didn't need the chat in the first place. I didn't see anything horrible as far as harassment is concerned. And the only person that I messaged directly was a council member. But I don't think that we should be contacting other people to reprimand them individually. I did it. If I saw something, I asked for everyone to respect. And I don't think you can't, it was purposely open during Superintendent Kelly's presentation, which I found extremely distracting. So I was going to bring up tonight for new business, whether we get rid of the chat or if we continue to have it, not have it on while he is presenting. And especially because if there's questions, the whole point of that was so questions would be asked, right? And some people were asking questions, but if they're not going to get answered, it doesn't even make sense. So one, I don't think anything, I don't know what harassment Councilmember Robin K was dealing with, but I do think that it might have been provoked on the individual contacting somebody individually. Those, whatever she was saying to that person could have been said to everyone in the chat and would have applied to everybody in the chat. And I don't think that the conversations that were being said were worthy of being reported on Zoom, which could affect that person getting on a Zoom for another meeting, not just CECD2. So we as ambassadors of maybe monitoring this chat, I think we should have conversated, or you could have messaged me and said, hey, what do you think about this? Because it's not for any one of us to decide to report or boot somebody or mute them. That's just unacceptable. If we're going to have it, we should do it responsibly. And I just think that this is the least of what we need to be worried about in regards to this council. We need to be really focused on the kids, on the students.
Councilmember Janie.
Yeah, so I think the last time we had a discussion about opening the chat, we said we would do it on a trial basis to see how things go. I think that if we want this to work, we need a clearly defined, agreed upon procedures on how this is going to work. Because it feels like there has to be clearly defined people who, 3 people, whatever the number of people who are the specific people who are going to filter, because this is a mess. It is detracting from all the work that we are trying to do. So my recommendation is, if we want to have if we want to be able to engage people, which I think we want to do, we as council members need to come together and put together agreed upon procedures that is very specific, share it with all of the people who dial in so they know, you know, what is the threshold to be warned, what is the threshold to be kicked out, whatever it is, but they need to know, because I think right now it's all very confusing, and we've spent over an hour on this topic.
Thank you, Councilmember Cheney. Councilmember Chen Kwok.
Yeah, I echo what Councilmember Sim just said. We originally said this was a pilot. I think we should be more forgiving to each other about how we decide, and we just say, okay, let's refine the process and not just start pointing fingers and blaming each other for ill intention and ill will. We did speak about this is a pilot. You know, we're going to do our best. It may be imperfect, and we may make mistakes. So you know, we can decide whether we're going to do it again or not. So yeah, so let's give each other a little break. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen Kwok. Councilmember Kaushik Das.
Can I have a timer, please? First of all, just because somebody gets extra time doesn't mean any other people should demand it for everybody else. Come on, give me a break. We should all be able to speak in under 2 minutes. And just because it's accidentally not turned on for somebody else is not an excuse for somebody else to get it. First of all, and secondly, the person who said, oh, being fake nice. Oh my God, seriously. In any case, yes, it's a pilot. Yes, there's gonna be issues. And if we're going live anyway, let's just leave it on for one more time. I don't think Ms. Robin Kelleher did it intentionally. She probably didn't know what happened when you used the report function. We probably thought it got reported to the group, and then we got to make decisions off of it. There were a few mistakes. That said, the person that was reported, I do think deserved it, and I'm one of the other 2 people that is supposed to be part of the 3 today. So I don't know that it was terrible. What happened was terrible. We're gonna have some hiccups. We said we'd discuss it. We're discussing it now. There's no need for Ms. Robin Broshi to take it to such an extreme, but I'm not surprised. And yeah, we got one more try before we're likely live anyway. So just because you try a pilot and it has some hiccups doesn't mean you shut it off. That's pretty lame, and it's pretty lame to our parents who want to come and speak and be engaged. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Das. Make a motion to adjourn meeting.
Wait, point of order.
Second.
I told you I wanted.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
We were talking. Okay, so just to be clear,
It's a long night. I forgot.
I know. I get it. And respectfully, it's nothing personal. Robin Broshi was not overreacting.
Yes,
First of all, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. For somebody to be removed, and it wasn't just one person, that is something to be talked about. And whether it was a mistake, that's fine. We can recognize that. But don't say that a council member is overreacting when she's representing the family members that are just as frustrated. That's the end of that topic. Part of new business that I would like to bring up was the chat. And I don't want to wait. I understand you guys just pled your case regarding the chat, but I really would like to discuss or move. I don't mind discussing first, but I plan to move that we at least eliminate the chat during Superintendent Kelly's presentation, and if not all, after we've discussed. I would like to know what everyone else thinks about getting rid of this chat.
Councilmember Cheney, you had your hand raised.
Yes. So the 2 people that were kicked off, one was Michael Markowitz. Who was the other person that was kicked off? Because I would like to do some.
Her name is Ingrid. I don't know her I don't remember her last name.
Okay, I'd like to do some legwork to understand what triggered that. And so Michael Markowitz, Ingrid, and who else?
Frank Smith.
No, Frank
Frank
Smith
Smith?
was not removed. He was just.
You said he was.
You know,
You asked me why
I tried to correct you multiple times, Robin.
Okay, can you,
Frank
okay.
Smith was not removed.
Okay, so it's just two people for the record, Michael Markowitz and Ingrid. Okay,
Ingrid
thank you.
Worthington.
Ingrid Worthington, okay.
For the record though, Janie, if we can go back, you brought up 3 people. And I actually will share with you screenshots of Frank Smith's private messages to me over and over and over throughout the meeting. Because I want to just
which you
display
initiated,
the harassment.
which you initiated, and
I'm
Frank was
talking.
not one of the people that.
I'm talking.
But
I'm
Broshi
talking,
tried.
I'm
Robin
talking,
Broshi tried to
point
correct
of order. Point of order. Point
Yes.
of order.
Let's not interrupt council members, please.
Thank you, Ben. So my message, because we made it clear that it'd be more than one person, Lupe, who would police and warn people. We said 3 warnings. So I said, Frank, please take this chat seriously.
What? How did you define?
How was he not? I
And
found
from
that
that on, I have a screenshot. It doesn't matter. I'm talking right now.
Yeah, it does matter.
From that
It
on,
does.
What is seriously?
From then on, and I didn't remove him. We just made that clear. I have multiple screenshots of like paragraphs of him.
But what my
harassing
point
me,
is
demanding
that
attention.
I never thought I
I'd
was
already
police,
answered his
first of
question.
all.
I'd already answered his question, derogatory messages to me throughout the meeting. And I find that unacceptable and I find that harassing.
Did you initiate the personal chat?
Lupe, I did. I told you what I said to him.
Right,
I asked
which
him,
my point is, why
I asked him during, you were asking right now to have, you were asking to have the chat turned off during Kelly's speech. And Ushma had just said, let's give Kelly our attention. And he wrote something
Right,
really
but you
silly
can't
and
keep
inappropriate.
people from
And I
talking.
said,
The chat's open.
I didn't keep him
The
from
chat is
talking.
open.
I said, I did not keep him from talking. I said,
but why would you put
take
that
this chat
to everybody?
seriously. Because
Why
everybody
did you
wasn't
pinpoint
making
him? He was
inappropriate
not the
comments, okay?
He
It was a
was not
direct
the only
comment
one
in a
talking.
kind way to keep from embarrassing him.
All right, I think we've talked about this, and you posed a question, Lupe, about the chat with regards to our Superintendent Kelly McGuire. I think we should stay on topic. Is there anything more with regards to Kelly McGuire at this point? Or the council members want Leonard Silverman, a parliamentarian, please speak.
Yeah, I just want to say with the only problem, Lupe, I understand what you're saying about closing the chat while the superintendent's speaking, but a lot of people, I think, have questions specifically directed for the superintendent. They aren't allowed to ask those questions directly, so they use the chat as that method. So I think we should probably try to do a better job, at least forwarding those questions to Kelly. But again, it's difficult because, you know, we only have a certain amount of time. I'm not always looking to see what somebody's posting in the chat, but it is a information tool where people can ask direct questions and certainly bring those questions to our attention, which I think some members may have actually referenced during tonight's meeting. But that's why I think I don't agree with closing it while he's speaking.
I agree with you actually wholeheartedly, and that was my whole point with saying I don't think we're policing the chat. We need to moderate the chat. If you looked at what I was posting, I asked for superintendent questions. Lead the chat. Don't individually like pinpoint somebody. I said, please, everyone be respectful. We less engage with on a one-on-one, you're less likely to have, he's now responding to what he feels threatened. So what my point is that could have been avoided. And so if we're going to continue to have the chat open, we need to then discuss the moderation, because it's not fair to any person of the public. I know council members here brought up a resolution of public of freedom of speech. So if they're conversating, Frank Smith was not talking to the air. There were people responding and they were having a dialogue. Now, dialogue that I felt was effective for our meetings? No. But again, the point of having the chat is open. There were parents that were engaging and asking the questions for the superintendent. Now, it'd be great if we then address, if we're going to leave the chat open for questions from the parents, then really let's put some time aside for the superintendent to address those questions and acknowledge those questions in the chat. Some were asked by council members, but not all. And I don't think the dialogue in the chat was led to having to be policed, quote unquote, at all.
All right, Councilmember Doss.
Part of free speech doesn't mean continually policing them. Look, like I said, all I think is we said we'd talk about it. I'm open to shutting it off for Kelly. I'm open to leaving it on. But the way certainly Councilmember Robin Broshi approached Robin Kelleher was not one of a good place of good faith. It was a trap. It was a way to make her look bad and to set her up. That's BS. And you can shake your head all you want. You can be upset all you want. The same person that where I was attacked for a long diatribe, I don't have faith that was done in good faith. So yeah, I think it has nothing to do with the chat, but is an opportunity to attack. So as for the chat itself, I did not think anything egregious happened tonight. That's part of free speech. I think how we dealt with it, fine, could be better. Clearly the report function has some other attributes that we're not aware of. But again, we're really talking a lot about one more meeting before we possibly don't have this ever again. So this is all, to me.
Can we just be clear? Robin Broshi never brought up the chat.
No, she just attacked Robin. She just attacked Robin Kelleher. And as a point of order, Lupe, you've spoken 3-4 times on this topic now.
I brought it up.
Enough.
I'm just trying to correct you that you guys are mixing the two. She never brought up Frank Smith. She never brought up the chat. She said Markowitz, I believe, the letter that was written. So I'm just clarifying. I apologize, but I'm clarifying because it's getting misconstrued. I brought up the chat.
You've had several
she
times
brought up something else, and it was not a setup. It wasn't an attack. I would have brought it.
This is midnight, and we're discussing this chat. This is beyond pathetic. Councilmember Chen,
I agree.
Clock, do you have something to add, or is your hand is raised?
Talking to me?
Yeah, your hand is raised.
Yeah, so I think for superintendent's session, I think it's worthwhile. I don't know about how much time we have to take questions from the audience. What's the best way and how much time we should set for it. We also should discuss how much time we should give Superintendent Kelly to give his updates, because we don't know how long it's going to be. You should tell us ahead of time, so we can plan the meeting lengths and so forth. But I think it's valid to have have somewhat of interaction with the superintendent once a month, find out what's going on and field questions. And sometimes you can't know what the questions are until he gives his presentation. So it's kind of, is it possible for him to send his presentation long so we could take questions, or we could think about that, right? Maybe think about it offline and come back with some proposals. But how to approach the moderation, I think that's another, we should just come up with some kind of guidelines that we can agree to and try to implement them. We shouldn't place any blame on, Councilmember Kelleher, because she decided that it was the best way to do it was to contact the person directly. And it's not that it's not correct to say, we should make guidelines to the whole group. You could do either way, and we just have to agree what's the right way, right? And there's pros and cons of both ways, So I think let's be kind to each other and not be so harsh. We're all trying to do this. We're doing it, the first time. It's a trial. Let's just give each other some grace and not think that we're trying to be, mean and nasty and have bad faith in this. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. All right. Unless there's a motion with regards to the chat function with respect to Kelly McGuire's superintendent report. If there's no motion, then I make a motion to end this meeting,
Second,
to adjourn this meeting. Okay. Councilmember Janey,
Yes.
can we take a vote
We just
or
do
by a show of hands?
Okay.
Not really how you do a motion, but all in favor, just do it real quick.
Yeah.
All in favor?
All in favor of ending this meeting?
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? That's it. That's how you
All
do
right.
the motion.
Thank you. I will send out an email. Please, people, council members, respond to for our business meeting, which I'll try to leave options before February 17th. Thank you.
Please keep
Thank
in
you
mind.
to our interpreter.